Boosh. LSH.
And we are live a few minutes late, but better than never.
As
Last
usual.
week's, as usual. Last week's session, the party made their way to the Wayriding Grove after finding Madrick drunk and reincarnated back in Phandalin. He told a tale of the dragon Xanthrus unable to enter the castle due to some sort of field of energy that blocked her, instead dropping a tower on the castle to wreck it. Arriving at the start of the session, they found the dragon raking her claws across the shimmering magical field, vowing to return when she could figure out how to get in, calling out Paramon, telling him she could smell his stench within before flying off. The party, with Madrick in tow, approached the castle ruins, and as Noro guarded the entrance to the basement, the rest of the group made their way in, encountering a couple of interesting creatures, one of them a spectator, a less limbed beholder of sorts, that met an early fate, being polymorphed into a frog by our resident wizard and magical expert. The other creature, an Alep, the terrible shade of a once live wizard, ripped from his soul by some sort of terrible occult knowledge that he bore, sought to bestow his curse on a member of the party, but instead was vanquished. Finding Paramon alive and intact, but still not entirely in his right mind. His right mind currently occupying that of a mouse. Still occupying the mind of a mouse. The party makes their way out of the castle's basement, leaving Madrick behind to find his sword and treasure. As they part ways, Scribble plants a seed of an idea to deal with Hammond Sam, a problem for a friend of yours back in Phandalin. Perhaps a problem no more in a few days, if Madrick decides to. You parted ways with him after hearing his request for another castle, and we begin this week with the party. Paramon the Wizard, a illusory bag over his head, leaving the Cragmaw Castle grounds. So as you begin to make your way into the forest, why don't we start with your marching order?
I'll go first.
Who else we got?
I'll go with Nalia in the front.
All right. Rogar, are you bringing up the rear, or are you somewhere?
Yeah,
in the
I'll be
middle?
bringing up the rear. I'd be close to Paramon.
I'll be pulling my wagon behind me somewhere towards the middle back with Monsieur Poiseau.
How's Scribble feel about his traveling buddy there? Okay to have
Yeah, that's
Louis
fine.
near you? Or all the better. To
Unless
stack
we
him?
went Paramount in like the front.
He sort of stays in the middle with the two of you, but is confused and not entirely on board with leaving. Rogar, as you all leave, a couple of times he tries to stray off, and you gently guide him back to the party, and he just, oh, all right, where are we going again?
We're going back to Phandalin.
Right, but who will look after the wood while I'm gone? I am the guardian of this place, after all.
I'm sure your friend is capable of looking over the woods while you're away.
I have it on good authority that the woods are very good at taking care of themselves.
My friend, my friend, my friend. And he looks down at his hands and sort of pats his dirtied robes. Where is my friend?
He's here
Cornelius!
with me, Paramount.
And he quickly hobbles over to you. Where is he? Is he safe?
Yes, he's currently snoozing in my hair.
Oh, oh, cheeky little bugger. Well, he reaches up and just sort of pats your head awkwardly. You let him rest. I will stay with you then. I imagine you have a little bit of trouble keeping a straight face speaking to the paper bag. He seems to be able to see through it just fine.
I'll just hold his hand as we go.
Oh, okay.
Or link,
kinda
I'll
looks
link
like-
his elbow.
The paper bag kind of looks like a bad render animation job,
Oh, awesome.
I just kind of
Awesome.
follows him around a little bit, and clips in and out of his body.
Like if he turns too quickly, it takes a second to catch up with his head. Hair sticking out of one side sometimes, and so
Hilarious.
Lunalia, go ahead and make a survival check. Are you guys making your own way out, or are you just following the trail back to the south?
I think maybe we should stay off the trail. Not that a dragon could really fit down it, but maybe not quite on the trail.
Is everyone else all right with that?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Well, with a 19, a solid
Yes.
19, the druid leads you aside into a denser part of the forest where there is no clear trail. But she manages to find a path, gently bending branches out of the way, pushing brush aside, finding game trails that you travel on. And the party makes decent time. Tell me, are you moving quietly or are you moving swiftly? Is your intent to exit this place as fast as possible or to sneak out?
Well, we should kind of talk. Are we? Is there a dragon that's going to then be mad that its prey is gone and then come and find us? And might we be inviting that dragon upon Phandalin, or at least upon the road? What is exactly is our next?
So, so you ask good questions. Now, Xanthrus is an ancient green dragon. You've seen her draconic form. The rest of the party has met her in person. She appears in her humanoid form to be a tall, avocado-skinned elf with emerald plumage for hair, almost feather-like, and a long plume that extends down her back. They had a chat with her. She offered to loan them Paramon in exchange for another interesting personality, or in exchange for a Dragon Slayer's sword from a famous cairn where a paladin of Bahamut lies in rest to the north. That was the last conversation they had with her. After that, they talked Madrick into the next time they see the old man wandering about, maybe invite him in and don't let him go and give us a call. So, with that bit of backstory and having seen her draconic form, yeah, I imagine Louis would be a little worried about her coming after you guys. So that could be a quick conversation you have as you're making your way into the forest.
I mean, there's no way for us to be able to kill her. That's just not going to happen, not at our level. We need to fix him in the hopes that maybe he is much more powerful and he'll be able to, I don't know, help fend off the dragon. We need him for the ruins.
So how do we fix him?
Well, I'm hoping that what's her face back in town? What the hell is her name?
Lenine.
that Lenine will have some ideas.
We need to
Didn't
find his
Gariel
book.
mention that she might be able to help?
Oh, I think she did.
Who are we fixing? Perhaps I can help.
It's very likely. We will definitely need your help.
Oh, very good, very good. He claps his hands together, and the bag flops up and down as he nods.
I think it's better to travel quickly. There's no way we're going to be able to hide from a dragon if she's looking for us. So I think we just, to me, move with speed.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
No, I agree. I think the sooner we can get to Phandalin, the better.
I don't think we
Lenny?
need to be in an all-out sprint,
No.
since the dragon said I'll be back tomorrow.
But
The
dude,
distance that we cover
uh,
is less than what a dragon's going to cover in like half the time.
You would
I don't
know,
think we need to sneak and go slow. I think we just need to go at a regular pace.
You would know that based on those of you who've made the journey here and back before, there's a good couple 2-3 hours of covering open land between the Wayriding Grove and the Low Valley Road, where there are again sparse forests you can hide amongst. On the main map here, they're not really pictured, but basically around the Low Valley Road here, where I'm pinging, there's sparse forestation in the foothills below the mountains. Whereas here, in sort of the river basin, it's more just open, rolling grassland. So once you break the edge of the Wayriding Grove, it's, let's say, 3 hours across open terrain. So if you are going back to Phandalin on foot, making it to the Low Valley Road and into the forests there would be a priority before nightfall. If you wanted to stay out of sight. And so
How long is it till nightfall?
It's. I think we talked about at the end of last session. It was around noon.
Like how fast? Like, do we have to move at like an all-out sprint pace to get to where we want to?
You can cover 24 miles in a day. So let's say 5 of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could make it back to the junction here by just past nightfall, or let's say 10, 11 p.m. Let's say 10 p.m.
I thought each hex was 5 miles. No?
They are, yeah. Let's see. Let me just. Suppose I could just use the measuring tool. Nope, that's not it. Come on.
Oh, they are.
Yeah, so it's about 20 miles to the junction. You could push on and try and make it all the way back to Phandalin. It would be some constitution saving throws and possible levels of exhaustion if you don't rest for the night.
Now, we're rushing so that this dragon, I guess we're trying to...
Well, she said she would be back at the castle tomorrow.
Oh, I see, and we're rushing out of there.
It occurs to me, I don't know if you guys can see me measuring. I just realized I'm measuring on the stream account and not my own. But
if we get back to Phandalin, Lenine might have a way of hiding Paramon as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have to go together? Like,
What do you mean? I don't think we should split the party.
oh, okay.
We can't teleport yet. We would need to charge the crystal. If that's what you were wondering.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Can we charge it, Crystal?
How does that...
If we charge the crystal, we're going to be down some hit points. Although, I guess if we're trying to return...
Yeah. If we go until nightfall... Because it takes.
How does this crystal work? What do we need to do to charge it up?
Well, the way I look at it is like, because she doesn't want to refer to it as being dark magic or blood magic.
Well,
It takes life voluntarily given to charge it.
I'm pretty sure Louis was the one who inspected it when we first got it.
Who's attuned to it?
I am.
Oh, did you actually attune?
Mhm.
Are we trying to beat the dragon from returning and just getting to Fandaland? Or are we trying?
I think we're just trying to get as far away from the castle as possible before the dragon returns tomorrow.
Okay,
Like, I don't know how far her senses go or how far she can, smell Paramon.
I
But
see.
the farther away, the better. And the closer if we could get to Phandalin and get some of the others, because I don't remember if everybody left town, but Lenine might be able to help hide him. Gariel might be able to help fix him,
I see.
in
And
which
if
case he could maybe hide himself.
and if the dragon knows he's at Fandaland potentially danger.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
But
gonna be excellent.
but we don't really have a choice. We either just
Yep.
return him to the dragon because she's going to take him anyway, or we go to town to get him fixed. I don't think there's really any other alternative. So I mean, I can use two other people's help to charge the bloodstone.
That's some earthbender stuff there.
It's a
Oh,
total
it's
of
not earthbending.
a
It's
total of
blood.
7 hit dice from a maximum of 3 people at the end of a short rest. So you do have to take a short rest the same way you would to oh, hang on, let me read the text. At the end, yeah, expend a total of 7 hit dice at the end of a short rest. So you would basically the same way that you would expend hit dice to heal at the end of a short rest, you would expend those hit dice to channel your life essence into the bloodstone. And so in gameplay terms, you would in RP terms, you would basically spend an hour focusing on channeling your life essence into it. Place your hand on it, feel a connection with it, and willingly give. And at the end of an hour, you would, be a little less, and the stone would be a little more.
I can help with this, but I think that this might be the safest option.
I think it's the safest and the quickest.
Is Paramon wearing like a cloak or anything?
He is wearing a very, very tattered, um, stained, stinky robe, like like Friar Tuck robes. A coarse material, and it's stained, and you don't even want to be within like 3-4 feet of him.
I can't help but notice on the stream, the D&D Beyond overlay, like when you move your cursor to the left, that Louis not on it.
Sacre bleu.
He died.
On the stream,
Not part of the team.
I see him on the left. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the?
Yeah, he's down at the bottom.
He's not at the bottom.
Yeah, I only see the 4 of us.
On the Twitch stream.
in the
Yes,
in the D&D in the overlay.
in the overlay.
Oh, in the overlay? Yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can,
I can see him.
What the hell?
It's got to be a resolution.
In the overlay on the left-hand side, when you're like the bar on the left.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, if I go full screen, I see it.
Okay.
Was just trying to get a general sense of how many hit points you have.
I thought there was a way to scroll down in that if you don't see everybody. You know,
No, there's a little left. There's a little left and right arrow that I can see now.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can like switch pages. Yeah, I just checked the extension settings and he is turned on. Yeah, we had that issue the first time. I think Deebs was still in there and Louis was not. But
Ooh.
you know that guy, Derps Dorkbeard.
Oh, I don't recall that name.
Yeah, cleric of saloons and taverns.
Oh, that guy, the loud one.
He's the one that check his breath for alcohol every time.
Neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scribble's okay with donating.
Well, I think it would maybe be better to come from those that have more to give.
I can donate,
So
but
she's looking at Noro and Rogar.
The reason why I was asking like what Paramount was wearing, does he have any article of clothing that could be removed that isn't just leaving him naked? That reeks to high hell.
I doubt it.
Give me a second. Let me have a quick look. He has a length of tattered cord that is used as a belt. He is wearing sandals that have seen better days. And he has a leather cuff around his left wrist. Nothing fancy to it. It's quite weathered and scratched. It's very plain looking. No markings. And it's just fashioned with a small piece of twine.
Alright, I'm gonna give him my traveler's clothes. My extra set of clothing. Probably gonna be baggy as all hell. While we're doing this short rest. And tell him to change into it.
Might want to sew up the.
But why?
Well, we're heading into town. You probably want to look a bit cleaner.
Oh, my boy. I'm a man of the woods. I couldn't possibly come into town with you. I would stay in the tree line at the edge of town.
There is some wonderful meals in town, and I hear that they brew some really nice tea. I would hate to sour the tea or make the food not as good with just kind of looks them up and down with smells of the woods.
Food, you say? And as he says that, he reaches in a little pouch and pops a small berry in his mouth and chews on it. I would quite like a proper meal. Would you like one? And he holds his hand out and he's got a small pile of red berries in his hand.
I'm good, but
They're quite good. They're quite filling. Have one.
just like enthusiastically just pushes like the clothes into his palm. I'll take some berries if you put these on.
Make a perception check. A persuasion check.
Oh, that's middle of the road.
He seems to be okay with it. He takes the bundle of clothes from you and mutters a bit, but wanders off into some nearby bushes to change. We're stopping here, right?
For a short rest, yes.
Yeah.
You find yourselves maybe 20 minutes into the densest part of the grove, southwest of the castle. If you look at the map, we'll put your token right about there and move it to front so it's on top.
Louis, Scribble, can you make sure to keep an eye on Paramon? I don't know how much concentration this is going to take on our part, but we won't really be able to do anything for the better part of an hour.
Isn't Louis helping?
I don't think that he should. Nope.
Decker, whatever you know best.
No offense,
So
but I would rather take from those who have more to give.
I'm just gonna hold my hand out for the gem. I'll go first.
Yeah, so I think we should just all sit together and
Noro's scared.
she'll hold one of Noro's hands. It will be fine. It won't hurt. She has no idea if it will hurt.
If the old gif that that Lucid was so fond of posting is correct, he still has 2 hands free. So, you know.
Good point.
Yeah. Paramon stumbles out of the brush a couple minutes later, tripping on the overlong trousers, and hobbles up to the rest of you. Ooh, what are we doing? And reaches in towards the stone like the rest of you are doing.
Shh.
What?
Just sit quietly, Paramon.
Perimon, over here, please. Why don't you tell me about this grove? What kind of tree is this?
Oh, he walks over to you slowly, kind of sizes the tree up and down. I would say, and he reaches up and runs his fingers gently over the bark of the tree, reaches up to a low-hanging branch and thumbs a leaf softly. It is a very green tree. Very green indeed.
It's a sycamore, Louis. Okay, I will pump in 3.
I was gonna
hit
pump
dice.
in 4.
Oh, I was gonna say I could do 3 and you guys could do 2.
What
why
is
I said I
everybody
would go
else
first.
doing while you guys are focusing on channeling your life essence into this gem?
Well, they're supposed to be babysitting the old man.
Sure.
But what are they really doing?
I'd love to hear them tell me, though.
So where are we? Like, I've forgotten.
You are, if you look at your map, where Craigmaw Castle is. The castle sits in a clearing, a slightly sort of swampy, grassy clearing in the middle of a wood. The forest is 3 to 5 miles thick on either side of this clearing. You've moved about a third of the way through that, back towards the coast. Sort of in the general direction, following the original trail that you took to get here, from the old standing stones, where you'd camped before, but a little to the west and in the thicker part of the woods.
Okay, but we are in the woods.
Yes. Yeah, you've got like a little clearing in between the trees where you've set up a little makeshift rest area. You know, maybe taking your packs off and set them on a log, and you know the 3 who are channeling into the stone have set the stone maybe on a you know, a flat rock or on a log, and are, you know, have placed their hands on it or channeling into it. So what's Scribble doing while this is happening?
I'd be somewhat paying attention to Paramount and Louis discussing a tree.
All right. Make a perception check. Scribble, you become aware of movement in the brush, about 20 feet off to your right, at the edge of the clearing. As you look over, you see a humanoid figure, far too tall. And as it steps out of the darkness beneath the trees into what bit of sunlight filters through into this glade, you can see Xanthrus the Centaur's familiar form, long spear in one hand. His dark skin covered in crude white paint smeared into spiral tattoos, a tuft of black hair turning gray at his chin, and long dark hair pulled back into a bun. His golden eyes flit around the group as he looks, spotting Paramon. "Old man, come. You would not want to keep her waiting. Friends, I'm very happy to see you, and to find that you've kept my friend here safe. Now, if you would not mind returning him to me so I can take him home."
Her waiting? What?
The dragon. It's a female.
I thought he's supposed to come with us.
He is.
How many poker? One horsey guy?
Mm-hmm. You've met him before. He was the centaur who was traveling with Paramon in the past.
Oh, the first time we entered the grove.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Xanthrus! Oh, it's good to see you, my friend. I thought you'd wandered off for good and gotten lost. No, my friends have promised me tea and a hot meal, something I've not had for some time. I very much would like to go with them, actually. She can wait. She'll be angry, but I will talk her down when I return. It shan't be more than a day or two. Now, come on, Amadan. You know she will not allow that. I must take you back. I am sorry, my friends, and he bows deeply. You must return him to me or we will have a problem.
Then we are very clearly going to have a problem. We cannot return him at the moment. We need him for something much more important. I promise that once it is done, he can go back if he chooses.
Make a persuasion check.
Well, yeah, because I'm real good. I'm gonna give myself some guidance.
And you shit yourself.
Let me roll a d4.
But the smell is persuasive.
9.
Calling to the dense overabundance of nature around you, your confidence swells, but the words just land short, and you can see he's impassive at your plea. I am sorry. The choice is not mine. You can see there is a look of conflict on his face. He slams the butt of his spear on the ground, and you hear movement behind you. And as you do, I'm going to ask everybody to roll initiative.
Did we pump our hit points into the gem?
It wasn't long enough.
You did
No.
not.
Okay.
Is the cost of short resting here.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were like 20 minutes away. We should have just not left.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been... It doesn't matter. It's anywhere in the wood here, you're in danger. I'm in danger.
It's a hell of a roll, Rogar.
Yeah, I know, with advantage.
Louis, I'm assuming that that Pierre is available.
Yeah, he's hanging out. He's hanging out with me actually. Actually, like I'm like reading him, and he is keeping an eye on Paramon. I'm just kind of like, yeah, just nodding to Paramon as he talks about this tree.
Or do his eyes float above the pages, like in the little image there?
Yes.
God, I hope
Yep.
so.
So
Yep.
I imagine like
absolutely.
you're reading, and the eyes are sort of swiveling around as Paramon
Oh,
wanders
that's
around
awesome.
and mutters to himself. And
Yeah, he's got very animated eyebrows as well, literally and figuratively animated.
I'm telling you, he's like Clippy.
Yep.
Flippy.
Yep. He looks just like his little picture there. Pops around.
I'm just getting everybody's initiatives into the tracker here.
Yeah, I didn't have a token to click on before rolling.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Scribble with a 21. I get everybody? Louis, Manaya, Rogar.
I am only seeing 2 people in the.
Me too.
Yeah, you know what? It's because they're probably from another map. Let's just do this. Dark, I don't know if you want to do some combat music. Monsieur Scribble. 21. We got a Rogar with a 5. We got a Paramount with a 10. Oh, who am I missing? We got Noro. With a 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we got a Linalia with what's that, a 13? And we've got a Xanthrus with a, let's just bring up his character sheet here. Xanthrus has a, there we go, and okay, I'm going to ask you to maybe place yourselves where you think you would have been in this small clearing, given that, I mean, we'll say that while you were conversing with Xanthrus, anybody who wanted to step away from the stone and maybe ready themselves could have. Xanthrus would be, I said he's about 20 feet away, so he's about there.
Noro's sitting on a rock.
Well, yeah, the 3 of us would have been sitting together.
We were looking at a tree, probably over here with Scribble. Or I guess it would have been near Paramount, wherever he.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you
I'll
guys
put
were
him-
looking
I'll
at a
put him with
tree,
you
weren't
guys.
you?
We'll just refresh the stream view here because I'm not getting any audio. It's taking a very, very long time to refresh. Looking at a white screen here for like 10 seconds.
I do like Paramon's token, by the way.
Yeah.
Confused and lost.
Yeah, in the actual the full art, he is holding a little mouse in his hand too. It's a brilliant piece of art I found on Google. Oh boy, I lost the initiative tracker. That's fantastic. Okay.
It's up for me now.
Yeah, I just reopened it, but every time I close and open it, I've got to redo it on the stream too because it moves. It moves. It moves. All right. Scribble. As Xanthrus is talking to you all, let's just see, 20 feet. Yeah, he would have come out like somewhere around here, I guess. Here. As Xanthrus is talking to you, you hear a sound on the opposite side of the clearing. And as you do, you see another small figure move out from the underbrush. This creature looks like this. Short, about the size of a gnome. Its skin stony, its hair wild. It has a long coil of gray rope, braided from some very coarse material that almost looks like it's made from its own hair. There is almost a crackle of stone as it walks on its small cloven feet, as it steps out of the brush. Its eyes glinting bright blue.
What the? Is this a graveyard?
Jesus. No, Noro, it is not.
Noro, you could make an Arcana check if you wanted.
Dirtbender stuff?
Might actually be Dirtbender stuff.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, probably Dirtbender stuff. You're not quite sure. Still not getting any sound. Let's turn the music up. Yeah, Linnell, I don't know if you fired up music, but I'm just getting forest sounds.
No, I fired up music.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah. Well, good. I'm glad you guys are. The stream won't hear it, but that's all right. Oh, there it is. It's very, very quiet. Got it. I'm getting it now. All right. Scribble, what are you doing?
So you mentioned his eyes were glowing.
Yes. Yeah. This.
Is it different than they were before?
Xanthrus eyes? No, they're just they just have a golden color to them that reflects light brightly. Here, like that. Light glints.
And just making sure, like, he didn't appear to be like under a spell or like different than before.
No, but he'd hinted it before when he spoke to you that some of his actions were not his own. So as he slams the butt of his spear on the ground, and this stony little fey-looking creature comes out of the brush. What are you doing?
I would like to hold lightning lure as an action in case someone moves towards Paramon.
Okay. Cool. I like it. Noro.
I'm kind of doing a double take to make sure I'm not on a graveyard. And basically ready, holding a ready to attack.
All right. What's the trigger for that held action? Like if something makes a hostile move, or
Yeah, I would say if yes, towards
Okay.
like towards me or towards Lanalia, those near me.
Gotcha. Louis.
Bonjour. You should take your friends and please leave. And forget you ever saw us here. And I will cast Suggestion.
Nice.
All right.
And he needs to make a Wisdom save of 16.
A Wisdom save of 16.
Oh, I love it. A snake's tongue and either a bit of honeycomb or a drop of sweet oil.
I can't remember. Do you use the spell focus or do you have components?
Pierre is actually my
Your
focus.
focus.
Oh,
Sorry, buddy.
Damn.
I guess I gave away what he is, but I'm pretty sure the rest of the party already knows that he's a druid.
Well, I'm not gonna move. I'll stay where I am. But that is then my turn.
Okay. He looks at you and his eyes narrow for a second. He leans in a little bit closer as you speak, and then just shakes, snorts, and stomps one of his front hooves. And that will not work on me, friend. Another much more powerful than you holds sway over me. And as he says that, you see him wince in pain.
wince in pain.
Linalia.
Xanthrus, we really don't have time for this. You know that we have to take him with us. She's going to cast... She's going to cast a spell magic on Xanthrus in
Okay.
the hopes that she can break whatever hold is on him.
What level are you casting it at?
I will cast that at... shitballs. 3rd.
You cast the spell. Nothing seems to happen. He's still looking at the group intently. His demeanor doesn't change. He doesn't seem to really even notice it.
Oh, shitty. Well,
Yeah.
as a bonus action, she's going to cast Magic Stone.
Okay. Heating up your rock. Throwing rocks. On Xanthrus' turn, he extends his spear in... He extends his spear in, actually in your direction, Linalia, and he casts the spell Entangle. I need, Linalia, Rogar, and Noro to make a, strength saving throw as, weeds and vines sprout out of the ground. Very, very familiar spell. You guys have all seen Lenalia cast it.
Oh,
A strength save?
It is a strength saving throw. DC of 12. 2, 3, 4.
Oh, I get a disadvantage.
So Lenalia, you manage to tear yourself free from the grasping plants. Rogar, you are natural one. You are
I don't
restrained.
know why it rolled suddenly.
Sorry.
It just rolled suddenly and got cocked on the side of the screen.
Oh, weird.
It never normally does that.
So you are restrained. You can use your next action to make a strength check, DC 12. So you can keep trying each turn to break free. And Noro.
Poker, does this count as a...
Hostile action.
Yes. And can I use Danger Sense since it's insta?
I think Danger Sense is dexterity, isn't it? Yeah, it's
Danger
dex.
sense is dexterity.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I see.
Yeah, this
it
is
now.
a strength saving throw, unfortunately, to break free.
Okay.
Fortunately, you're good at those.
Yay. I also would like to rage.
Okay. On your turn.
Oh,
So,
yeah, yes, of course.
Actually, you know what? Since you, yeah. You'll have to wait till your turn. Sorry.
Okay. That's okay.
That is. No, you know what? That's his action. He is going to. Movement. 50 feet of movement. Yes. He's going to run up to Paramon and sort of try and get in between him and the others as best he can. Come, old man. We must go before we enrage her further. And he reaches down towards Paramon, who sort of recoils back a bit. On Paramon's turn.
So, Poker,
Mm-hmm.
I would, whenever I saw him charging at Paramon,
Do it.
release Lightning Lure on him.
On Xanthrus or on Paramon?
On Xanthrus.
Okay. What's the, there is no save on that, is there? You just rolled a hit. Oh, yeah, strength.
Yeah, it's a strength save.
Got it. In case you guys are wondering, I'm using physical stats for a centaur and spells for a druid for him, instead of spending the time to brew up a custom. I've just got 2 character sheets up, one for each. He rolls an @1 and is lured. So he takes, 6 points of damage? And is pulled up to 10 feet in a straight line towards you, and then takes a d8 lightning damage if he's within 5 feet of you. Yeah, so that's, and it,
Yeah, so it's just a 6 damage, I think.
yeah, 2d8, right? Yeah, 2d8, I see it.
Yeah, that was 2d8.
Cool. You all see a lash of lightning strike out, and Xanthrus is pulled as he skids to a halt in front of Paramon. He's pulled an additional 5 feet towards Scribble, as his body is electrified briefly. Paramon at the side of this takes a step back, sort of towards the tree that he was inspecting. Oh dear! And he will. Away from me, all of you! And he slaps his hands together, and there is a wave of thunderous force that blasts out from him. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from him, so all of y'all, I'm not gonna bother trying to find a graphic, but it's basically Xanthrus, Pierre, Louis, and Scribble are hit by a thunder wave. I need you to make a con saving throw, and this is a DC of 12. Easily done.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Maybe not so easily done. Pierre is incorporeal, so it doesn't affect him at all. But
So, Louis, you were pushed 10 feet away. Scribble, you were not. And the damage for it is 2d8 thunder. Scribble takes 6, Louis takes 12, Pierre doesn't take anything, right?
right, he doesn't have hit points.
And Xanthrus takes 6 and holds his ground. And there you go. Rogar, it is to you. You are restrained unless you want to break free using your strength.
Restrained means I can't attack, right?
Restrained means you are... Give me a second here. Entangle. Your speed is 0. Attacks against you have advantage. Your attacks have disadvantage. You have disadvantage on dex saves.
Okay. I will try and break out of this then.
Okay. So, this is a strength check against DC of 12.
So strength roll then,
Mhm.
not a save.
Correct. Easy enough. You were caught off guard at first, but you have a few seconds to get your sword out and wrest yourself free of the vines, and you manage to break out. The terrain around you is difficult, so it costs twice your movement, 10 feet of movement each square. Other than that, there's no other effect. Concentration check from our centaur friend, actually. Yeah. Two of them. Sorry. Two of them. He took damage twice. Just barely.
I will use my movement to get up to Xanthrus then.
Okay.
Because that's 25. Moving 1 square through the entangle. And I don't have anything else.
You have a bonus action.
I don't have anything I can do.
Gotcha. Alright, on its turn, the Korrid, this small, very fey-looking, stony-skinned creature, snarls and looks around at all of you, and it's going to... You know what? It reaches behind it and picks up a rock that is larger than it. Its upper body strength looks like fairly strong, but it looks like an impossibly heavy stone for it to pick up. It is going to throw it at... Noro. Ooh. Noro, a stone comes hurtling through the air. Does a 19 hit?
Can I say no?
You can.
Yeah, I got pelted.
You take, let's see, the hell? Why is the damage different if it's on the ground? When would it ever not be on the ground?
I guess one if it's rolled along the ground, and one if it's thrown.
No, if the creature's on the ground, that doesn't, I don't... Yeah, stone strength while on the ground, it deals 2 extra dice of damage with any weapon attack. So you take 20 points of bludgeoning damage as this stone that is the size of your chest smacks into you.
So, like, the creature converted into that or something, and
No, like this little guy here ripped a stone out of the ground as big as he is and hurled it at you.
oh, shoot!
Yeah, some yabba dabba doo shit right there. And he's gonna do it again.
Dang.
This one is going to, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Can that even hit? Oh yeah, it can. He chucks another rock. Scribble, you see this shadow as a rock comes hurtling through the air.
Oh! Why does he get a +9?
Does a 28 hit?
Yeah, it does.
The way he
Fuck
asked.
your shield.
I looked at that and went, a 19? Yeah, I'll probably roll low on the next one because it's me. Nope. A stone bigger than you are comes hurtling through the air, crashes into you, splintering the trunk of the tree behind you, dealing 24 points of bludgeoning damage as it hits.
Good night.
Are you down? You're not down.
Yep.
Oh, you were already, you weren't at full health, were you?
Yeah, it was only at 30 when we started.
And dead.
Scribble is unconscious. That
What
is
the
its turn.
Fijis?
Scribble, on your turn, I need you to make a death saving throw. Or actually, your ability.
Yeah, I don't think that works.
Yeah, it's a charisma saving throw. Oh yeah, DC of 5 plus the damage you take. 24
Just
damage.
roll a 33 here.
No, you took 20. You took 24 damage.
Oh, okay, so it would only be a 29.
Yeah.
My bad. Where's the death save?
It is if you click on hit points. No. Fuck. I think if you click on hit points after
You
you
have to,
set
like-
them to 0, it's in there, right?
Yeah, I think your hit points have to be at 0.
Yeah, it's at 0. I don't see a...
Oh, if maybe you refresh, just hit F5. I just refreshed your character sheet, and your hit point box changes to a death save box.
Oh, yeah, I see the box, but like if I click it, it doesn't do it.
Oh,
It brings up a box that just basically my health thing within where I can take saves or not.
yeah, I'm just having a quick look to see if there's a tracker for it, but I don't think there's a dice roller for it. I don't think there's a button for it.
There definitely is. Yeah, before I've had it come up when you get to 0 hit points. I don't know why it doesn't. If you click where it says hit points and the bar comes up on the side, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the tracker pops up, but there's no way to roll it. It's multiple people are complaining as of 3-4 months ago. There's no actual way to roll.
Is it just D20?
Just click the red die with a B on it in between failures and successes?
I don't have one, but
Yeah.
so is it just a D20?
It is just a D20, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I don't see a beyond 20 integration for it. Ooh, that is a failed death saving throw.
I'm gonna die to a rock.
Really big rock.
Out of all things in this life of ours.
You get rocked.
I mean, it really hurt when he hit me too. I'm like, holy, I don't think we're supposed to win. I don't know. We'll see.
I didn't realize he did that much damage. You guys might be fucked. Noro.
Yes. So, immediately after his brick hit me, I'm like raging hard now. And I don't, man.
Like from where you're at, you could climb up over the boulder that's between you and him.
Yeah.
And certainly run right up to him and hit him. So the sort of the little bit of a cliff that he's standing on it's only about 7 to 8 feet up. You could climb up that boulder with 10 feet of movement and walk right up to him and smack him in the face.
I think I'll do that. I'm gonna keep him occupied so he stops throwing things.
Yeah, you kind of get the feeling that if you're big and in front of him, he's not going to be able to chuck rocks at your friends.
Yes, that's what my thought was.
All right.
And I'm gonna try to smack him.
So the much larger stone-colored figure climbs up in front of this this little short shit, and as he looks up, his blue eyes flickering in the dim light here beneath the bushes, there is a brief look of terror that crosses his face as you loom 7 feet over him.
Oh, that's satisfying. Does he die?
He's shitting out pebbles.
He could, depending on what you do next.
Okay, first attack.
Remember, you are raging.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a 12 doesn't hit. Your sword hits, but you hear a chink as it feels like you connect with stone. His skin is very, very rocky. Don't forget, you can, if you choose to, attack recklessly for advantage.
I'm gonna try to do something else. I actually have a net, and I'm gonna shoot. I guess throw it on him to go by another turn without him throwing another rock that way as well. And hopefully, he's still tangled in it by the time I come around, get an advantage on the hit as well.
Sorry, can you tell me again what you're doing?
I'm gonna throw a net on him. A net.
Cool. Okay. Is that a ranged attack?
It is, and it's actually 5 feet.
Weird. Okay.
So nets are basically the worst thing in the world because it's a ranged attack, but the range is 5 feet.
So
/
much
10
disadvantage.
feet.
Yeah.
So no matter what you do, it's disadvantaged. It's either if it's 10 feet away from you, it's at its second part of its range, it was disadvantage. If it's adjacent to you, you have disadvantage because you're doing a ranged attack on something next to you.
Well, now I'm going to close my eyes and throw it. I see what you mean now. Son of a biscuit.
You could just
The
hit
good
him
news is
again.
if you close your eyes and throw it, you don't get any worse
Get any
disadvantage.
worse.
You can only get disadvantage once. So
Yeah. Yeah, it would not either. You can't do double disadvantage. It couldn't get any worse.
All right, so I so I know I can do reckless attack, but if I say I want a reckless attack, can I can only do reckless or frenzy? Is it one or the other, or I can do both? Like,
You frenzy as a bonus action, and once you activate frenzy, you are frenzied
yeah.
for the rest of your rage.
Oh, okay. So then I can't no longer reckless attack, right?
Yeah, sorry. While raging, you can choose to frenzy as a bonus action. So you bonus action rage on your next turn. You bonus action frenzy, and that gives you bonus action melee weapon attacks on each turn after that. Whereas reckless attack, you declare it on the first attack on your turn, and it gives you advantage on all the rest of your attacks this turn.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'll let you go back and reckless the last one if you want. Because technically you have to declare it on your first attack.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I probably should have done that.
Yeah, it's fine. Just roll with advantage then. Make 2 more attacks at advantage if you want.
Okay.
It's been a while.
It has been a while. First one.
Oof. Yeah, that'll do. So,
All right.
flash pointing back in time, 6 seconds, 3 seconds. You know, with your prescience of the miss in the future, you choose instead to roll with advantage. This time hitting for a total of 14 points. Let me just have a quick look at his. It's a magic weapon. He takes the full 14.
Oh, sweet. Does it feel like butter now that I made contact?
This little creature seems like he's almost made of solid stone. You cleave through him, and pebbles and dust go flying where you would expect to see, blood stain the grass.
All right.
But you
Okay.
do take a chunk right out of his chest.
All right. So a lot like how Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson's Punch Out did his uppercut. That's kind of how I hit him with the blade from up here. So
Nice.
I'm gonna go for a second one then.
What's it like? You knock him up in the air with the blade, and then
Yeah.
and then take a baseball swing at him.
Yeah. Try again now. Come on. Oh man, thank goodness. Maybe.
Nice. Yep, that'll do. He takes another 13 points of damage as you, I'll even let you knock him to the side a little bit.
Yay.
Such a size difference. Is that it for your turn?
Yes, that would be my 2 attacks. Yeah, and I use bonus action to rage. Yeah, so we're good.
Okay. Louis, you are up.
I step. I'm a little bit further back. I pick myself up off the ground. Can I see? Does that guy look hurt over there, or is he looking like
The guy Noro's fighting, or Xanthrus?
the guy that Noro's fighting?
Noro just took 2 swings at him. Both of them landed and did some decent damage. He is nowhere near close to badly injured, though. He's got plenty of fight in him. In fact, you can hear him just shouting in. He's swearing in a language that you probably don't speak, unless you speak Sylvan. I'm gonna guess Lenelia speaks it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then how would we know if he's swearing?
Well, you can tell he's swearing, and I would imagine Louis is a pretty smart guy. He can tell profanity in another language.
I'm going to See, as I dust myself off, I'll then just kind of like flick my hand towards Xanthrus and cast just 3 magic missiles will fly out at him.
All right. They automatically hit and do how much?
9 damage total. Oh no, wait, it's 3. So 3, so 9.
The 3 missiles splatter into him, knocking him back a bit as he staggers on his hooved feet, but he is still standing. I do not want to fight. I just want my friend.
And then I'll step back, and I'm done.
Okay. Lunalia.
You didn't expect us to let him go that easily. Stand down, we'll return him when we're done. And she is going to summon a water elemental.
Okay. I happen to have one of those. It's a long time ago I used to actually delete tokens when I was done with them, but then I started getting smart and copying them to a page that I call a palette. And on that palette page, I have everything you guys have fought, except for the first couple of fights.
Water elemental's got a B6.
It is a large creature. Woof. Okay, help me out here. He's got the spell level is what, a 4th level, so he's got a AC of 15. 11 plus. Yeah.
Yep.
Hit points of 50 plus 10 for each spell level above 4th, so he would just have 50.
Mm-hmm.
Speed 40, burrow 40, water flight. Yeah, so
He can't
40,
burrow.
Yeah, so just 40 feet. And we'll give you control, and you put him where you want him. Congratulations, you got a new toy.
She's just going to tell the elemental to protect Paramon. Don't let him be taken.
There's a splash almost as if there was a torrential downpour that started about 10 feet off the ground. It hits the ground, and as the water splashes up, it forms into this massive roiling body of water in a vaguely humanoid form. As it spins, you can see 2 eyes, yellow, pop open within it, spin around its body once, and then slow and stop, locking in on Lunalia. The eyes move down and back up, nodding as if it heard you. And it begins to try and push its way between Paramon and Xanthrus. I think we need to roll initiative for it separately, or does it act on your turn?
It goes directly after my turn.
Perfect. So, it goes directly after your turn. What is it going to do?
It is going to make a slam attack against Xanthrus.
Okay.
It uses my spell attack modifier to hit.
Ooh. I hope that's in the like, I hope you can click on that in the spell text.
Yeah. So 8 plus 4.
Yeah. That hits. Wait, hang on. No, 8's your damage roll.
Oh,
Yeah.
so let me roll to hit.
You can...
And 8 hits?
No. That's,
Oh, no, that's the
8
damage.
Yeah, you just need you need to make it... You need to make a melee spell attack.
It says it's a melee weapon attack. Your spell attack modifier to hit. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's the equivalent of a melee spell attack from you.
Let me see. What is that then?
Your wisdom is +3, and your proficiency is +3, so it'd be a d20 +6.
So 16
That hits for 8 points of damage.
for 8 points of
Yeah,
damage.
this arm lashes out of the roiling body of water and smacking at Xanthrus for 8 points. As it hits him, it desolidifies and just splashes over him like a wave. Is that... Oh, multi-attack. Half the spell level, so 2 attacks.
Yep. So that's the second attack.
That hits. Thanks, RF, for finding the spell attack button. Solid work, buddy. This guy knows what's going on. For another 8.
But I think it's actually 12.
Oh yeah,
No, you
it
rolled
is.
a 4 plus 4.
Plus the spell level's bludgeoning damage, so... it's... what is it? 1d10? Is that right?
As it says, it's 1d10 plus 4, plus the spell's level, bludgeoning damage. Or is it just worded oddly?
Yeah,
I think it's just worded odd. I think it's just 1d10 plus the spell's level bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, okay.
Which is the plus 4.
Right.
Yeah, I think the Beyond 20 integration is just a little wonky there. I'll just look it up real quick.
Yeah, because in the spell text it says that it's 1d10 plus 4 plus the spell's level bludgeoning damage, but I think it's just worded poorly.
Okay. So 2 attacks against the centaur staggers him a bit, and he very nearly falls into Rogar from the vicious assault from the elemental. He is looking pretty hurt. Anything else from you, or is it Xanthrus' turn?
She's going to move.
Before she tries to move, do you have to roll for concentration?
I certainly do. Twice. Neither of them are above 20, so that's 2 concentration checks. Where is my centaur? 1, 2, there we go. And the spell fades. Good call, Lucid.
She's going to move right up here. Actually, no, she'll move over 1. And that is it.
On Xanthrus' turn, battered from the battered and soaked from the elemental's assault, and various other damage taken, skin charred from the lightning lure as well, and several spreading bruises from the impact of the missiles. Spins his spear around and jams the tip of it into the ground. There's a snap of lightning that arcs from the spear tip into the ground. There's a loud rumble as he casts Thunderwave. It's going to hit just Rogar and Lunalia. 15 foot square. That is a con saving throw. Oh yeah, easily. It's a DC of 12. Ooh! So Lunalia takes the full 12 points of damage and is pushed back 10 feet. Rogar takes 6.
Wait, Poker, that's Thunder Wave?
Mhm.
Are you sure it's just a square in front of you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a 15-foot cube that you are on one face of. That the caster is on one face of. It's basically a 15-foot box in front of you, and you are facing any of the 3 squares on one side.
Okay, so it's not all around you.
Correct. And it looks like... can I draw it here? That. And he is going to... Boy, that's his, He's going to start moving. No, you know what?
Well, he's going to take an attack of opportunity.
Yeah, he's going to bolt. He's going to bolt and try and take the 2 attacks. So go ahead, Elemental and Rogar, with your attacks of opportunity. Yeah, that hits. That also hits. No sentinel.
And yeah,
nothing,
that should be
nothing fancy.
plus another 4.
Should be another 4. So 4 times 3, so another 12 for the total 3 attacks.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see who's got. Rogar's got. So the water elemental would hit first. Just looking at the initiative order. Rogar, your hit would knock him unconscious. Do you want to kill him or deal non-lethal damage?
Non-lethal damage. I guess clothesline him with a shield.
Okay, so
He's gonna have a nasty broken nose.
as he goes to bolt after casting Thunder Wave, you duck behind the shield and plant your feet, skidding back only a foot or so. And as he bolts, you reach up and just knock him down with a shield. What would normally knock a rider off a horse takes him and his horsey half straight to the ground as he falls prone at 0 health. Paramon behind him. Oh dear! Xanthrus! And he drops down to his knees and places his hands on him. Can he do anything?
So RF, you're saying that the wording is correct then? It is +4 to those rolls?
So it's 1d10 plus 4, and then plus the level of the spell.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I don't.
Would it be easier to just use the water elemental, like, sheet?
Nope.
Okay.
I roll it right off of his stat block.
Yeah, this is a different spell from Conjure Elemental, right? Yeah, this is Summon Elemental.
This is Summon Elemental.
Yeah, there's a 5th level spell for Conjure Elemental that's different. That I think actually uses the proper elemental sheet. This one's from Tasha's, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know the difference, so I didn't know if it was easier to just use his character sheet or doing it that way.
Yeah, it would be my guess is they did it this way to make the spell a little bit more scalable, as well as I think it's just to make it more scalable, and there's just no creature sheet that fits it very well. But I could make one if Lunalia wants one.
Yeah, he's actually not large. He's a medium elemental.
Oh. Well, that's easy enough to do. Zoop. There you go. Now Heath Mole.
He's just big people size.
Big people. Okay.
Oh.
He crashes to the ground and skids to a stop. Paramon drops to his knees and places both hands on him. And there's a brief flash of green and then nothing. And he shakes his hands. Damn! Someone help! Help! Rogar, it is to you.
I'm moving over to Scribble to see if I could stabilize him. I don't have any healing potions though, so I don't know.
Put that dragon mouth on that bird mouth.
Isn't it just a medicine check to stabilize then?
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up.
That's what it is, but they don't specify. However you want to roleplay it, you know. I mean, if you want to give mouth to mouth.
Isn't it like beak to maw, beak to beak, beak to? I don't know.
Did you breathe in his nostril or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna look it up. It's God, it's been a while since I've seen anybody stabilize using just.
Yeah, you just use a medicine check.
Yeah, I think it's a medicine check only.
Yeah, I think it's a medicine check.
When you don't
That's
have
right.
potion.
If you have a healer's kit, you can use one charge to stabilize a creature without making a medicine check. Otherwise, it's a medicine check.
I don't have a healer's kit, so I guess just a medicine kit. Or a medicine check.
Yeah.
Darn.
No problem.
I don't even know what I don't know what the DC for it is.
I
But
think it's a 10, just
yeah,
like a death save.
that makes sense. So easy. Yeah, you stabilize him. He is stable at 0 hit points. Anything else for your turn?
That probably took up my actions, so I don't know. That is everything.
Okay. On the Korod's turn, it is going to. Well, it is going to step into a stone object. No, that's not it. Duration. Yeah, it's going to, it grabs a coil of this rope, and throws it around you, Noro, lassoing you and pulling it tight, using its command hair ability. I need you to make a DC 13 Dex save, and you do have advantage on this. But he wouldn't know that.
So a dex save with advantage?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, hopefully I'm raging.
That'll do. You easily twist out of the way, and the rope doesn't find purchase. It sloughs off of your shoulder. That is its... Oh, shit, that's its bonus action. This guy's cool. Can I play him?
No, maybe. What's he doing next?
He's gonna cackle maniacally and reach down, touch the stone at his feet, and sink down into it.
Oh, what the fuck?
And disappear.
You can say, Neural tried to, like, dive and chase after him, like, you know, face first to the dirt.
Yeah, you reach for him, and as you do, your fingers just scrape across the stone at his feet.
And I'm yelling, like, you have no honor!
Oh, Noro.
He hit me first.
For a lot. God, those stones are cool.
That was ridiculous damage.
Yeah, I didn't expect that extra 2d8. That was pretty fun. I like these guys. I like them a lot.
Yeah, they're pretty strong. I was like, what the frick, dude? One hit, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I started looking around at people's Batman utility belts to see if anybody had potions.
On its turn, just before the end of combat, as the last seemingly combatant leaves the field, you hear a as something large sounding comes barreling up, heavy footsteps. Behind Paramon, a small creature comes barreling out of the bushes. And he looks a little something like this.
Uh-oh.
A little twisted-looking gnome with wild white hair, a blood-red long cap, and a mean-looking sickle comes barreling up behind Paramon. And attacks him. Three times.
Oh, shit.
All three hit, and the wizard goes down.
What the
Fucking corner of death up here.
Everybody's laying down.
The little creature just looks at you, drags his tongue across the sickle, licking the blood off of it, and prepares to fight. Scribble, you are stable, but at 0 hit points. Noro. I imagine you turn just in time to see this after reaching for this creature that disappeared from your sight.
Okay, I'm just trying to think. So that guy went underground, and I guess I don't know where he went, right? It's like it's not visible or anything.
Correct. Yeah, you could see his flesh just meld with the stone, almost as if he was stepping into a pool of water.
Oh my god. Is this a ledge where this guy is? Like he's kind of like maybe 5 feet up or something?
It's
3
not.
feet up?
Yeah, let me just. It's not at that point. Yeah, like he's just slightly above Paramon. If he were here, it'd be like 5 to 8 feet, 8 to 10 feet, 10 to 12 feet,
Oh,
back
okay.
down. Yeah, it's it. So behind him is like a little hill. Maybe the center of the hill is here,
All right.
and so it's a bit of a slope here, and there's this cut in the slope there. So yeah, he's just a little bit above Paramon.
All right. So I can make it to like here and then attack, I guess.
You could, you'd have to get up to this square to attack him.
Okay.
Or you could close the distance part way and javelin him.
That's what I was thinking. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna move to here. So I can cover 40 feet.
Noro and his step-by-step
I'm
movements.
It's
I'm
the
calculating. I'm calculating. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna hook a javelin from here.
Are you reckless or not? Remember to declare it when you first attack.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I would like to be reckless on this attack. Since that other guy has no honor. $23.
23 hits for a total of 7 damage.
Can't believe I hit that little guy. All right. He sounds friendly. I'm gonna throw a hand axe on this one. Wait.
Yeah, sure you want to do that?
What's the range on a thrown hand axe? I didn't think it was that far.
I think it's 20 and 2060.
Yes, 26.
Yeah, so it'd be a disadvantage past 20 feet.
Son of a biscuit.
Don't be too reckless. My body's lying over here.
Oh, you're. You're right. You're right. Okay. The other javelin.
And so is Paramon's. And so is Xanthrus's. There's a whole bunch of just bodies laying there.
I mean, if you hit Xanthrus, then oh well.
Look, hey, I'm attached to these characters. Come on. An
You shouldn't
18,
put them in battle then.
an 18 hits. The little red cap reaches up with his sickle to try and bat the javelin out of the way, but the force of the projectile coming through the air just drives him back as it digs into his small shoulder for 6 points of damage. Plenty of fight left in him, though. He's bloodied, but he's not anywhere near down.
I'm like yelling, "What is that thing? What's going on? Why is everybody lying down?"
Why is everybody lying down? That's great. Reminder that you can choose to step your rage up to start using your bonus actions as attacks. However, you will suffer a point of exhaustion at the end of the fight.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So
Oh, wait.
you have a bonus action if you want to do it, but you have to, weigh the risk of being exhausted for the rest of the day.
Right. Okay. Noted. Mental note.
So if nothing else from you, then Louis, it's to you.
I'm going to hold an action, hold a spell for when I see that little guy pop up, the one that ran away from Noro.
Okay.
So kind of like my eyes are scanning the area around, and I have my hands poised, ready to throw something at him.
Okay. What spell are you gonna throw, or what level of spell slot would be burnt if you didn't?
Second level.
Okay.
I'm holding levitate.
Fucking levitate, man.
Nice.
I love wizards using utility spells offensively. They're great. Lunalia.
Oh dear, who do I heal?
Come on, tree cleric, do your thing.
She's not going to make a choice. She's going to expend 5 charges of the Staff of Healing to cast Mass Cure Wounds.
All right.
6 creatures in a 30-foot radius. So,
I think that just hits Noro too.
If it was a 30-foot radius, then you can definitely get all of us.
Ouch.
Yep,
Yeah, he is
30
just
feet
30
center
feet
to
away.
center.
Jesus.
okay,
Yep.
so
Can
she'll
the red
get.
cap have some too?
So she'll get everybody in the party. That's 5. Plus Paramon.
Got it. For how much total?
20.
20 points. Damn.
Damn.
Oh, I'm back up to full.
Same. That's one of those. Oh, what was that? Feels good.
Yep.
Ready for the next rock.
And that is exactly what you hear out of Paramon. There's a sharp intake of breath and then coughing and sputtering as he... You see blood coming out his mouth, staining his lips and cheeks as he
Wow, that was.
coughs up some of the damage he took. Sorry about your traveler's clothes there, Rogar.
That's fine.
Somebody pooped in those pants.
That's fine. I don't intend to getting them back.
Lunalia, any bonus action or movement?
She's gonna move up and around over here. No bonus action.
Alrighty. Xanthrus is out cold.
No, it's the water. It's the water elemental's turn.
Oh, sorry, water elemental. What's he gonna do?
He's gonna move, sort of between Paramon and Scribble, because he can move with, to within an inch. He can squeeze down to an inch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he just
Move
sort of
between them.
flows over and around Paramon, and
Yeah, he's gonna attack the red cap.
okay. Splashes into the space there, and the two appendages come swirling out of the maelstrom and batter the little creature.
That's the first attack.
Yeah, 19 hits.
So that's 8 plus 4 is 12. And the second attack is a 15.
Also hits.
Nice.
Yeah, this little guy doesn't really appear to be wearing any armor other than these massive iron boots.
And that's 10.
Through the swirling form of the water elemental, as its limbs splash all over the place, battering this little creature around, you can see that it's getting knocked about. Entirely one side of its face, shoulder, arm are all just crushed. It is still barely alive, though.
I don't think my guy has any bonus actions. No.
All right.
So that's it.
Paramount is going to spend half of his movement sort of dragging himself sort of to his feet and stumble crawling away. As he does, the red cap attacks him with an opportunity attack for 9 points. And he drops to his knee again. But he manages to get a little ways away. Reaches out towards Pierre. Help me! Help me, my paged friend! And he reaches out and places a hand on Pierre sort of to balance himself and promptly falls fucking flat on his face as his hand goes through the illusory book.
Do you need help opening a document?
I see you're trying to stand. Would you like a hand with that?
Wow. Rogar, it is to you.
I'm gonna step over the unconscious body of the centaur to there, and I'm going to beat on this red cap.
Alrighty.
With precision attack. So that's 16.
Well, the 25 very definitely hits. He reaches up again to try and parry this attack. Your sword knocking his sickle out of the way and cutting deep into him. And sorry, what type of maneuver is that?
Precision attack, so it's
Precision
just
attack.
additional damage.
Yeah, so what initially looked like a clumsy, just sloppy cleave, the sword twists mid-cleave, and you stab directly into the center of his chest, expertly hooking off of his sickle, using it to sort of deflect the sword back into an even more precise blow. And as the sword plunges through the small creature's chest, it goes limp and drops to the ground dead. As it falls to the ground, it coughs. A great gout of blood pours out of its mouth, and it grins wickedly, bloodied teeth shining white between the red. Too late. The damage is already done. And with that, a still falls over the forest. You wait, you listen, you watch. Nothing. The small stony creature that disappeared doesn't return. What are you all doing?
I'm gonna grab my lavender soap and take a nice big whiff.
I'm making sure Scribble's doing alright.
Lenali is going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level for Scribble.
I'm
17.
I'm sorry, Lucid. That was a straight up dice roll.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Typically, unless there is good reason for an enemy to attack a specific person, or unless it makes sense to me that they're thinking tactically, it's usually just a dude just showed up. There's 5 bad guys to him. 1 through 4 is Scribble. 5 through 8 is Louis.
I'm sure that's how it went. 1 through 5 is Scribble. 6 is Noro. 7 is Unalia.
And 10 through 20 is Scribble.
So
You're like, I got a +9. This is my one shot to hit the fucker.
So Scribble gets 17 and Paramon gets 12.
All right. Paramon, as he gets up off the ground, straightens as the spell takes hold. Potent. Yes. Yes. I feel the fire and vigor of youth. Ha ha. Oh, my back. Oh. As he
Slowly now.
hunches over, you can see the tunic and cloak that he was wearing are just shredded. Great red marks on his back that have just, the gashes have knitted shut, but they look an angry red from where the red cap viciously attacked him.
Can I make sure that those are not poisoned or infected?
You could make a medicine or nature check. It's medicine, really. Yeah.
Is Xanthrus stable?
You can check on him.
Well, it wasn't a fatal, so he's just unconscious.
Yeah.
He's got a fucked up nose is about it.
Scribble wouldn't know that because he was out when it happened, but
I was gonna say Scribble's been sleeping the whole time.
but
Right.
you could make a medicine check, Scribble.
Poking with a stick.
Don't wake him.
You poke him with a
Before it's
stick,
working
and he grunts softly, and you can see that he's breathing. He does look like he ate a shield to the face, though.
So yeah, I got 21 medicine looking at his the slash wounds.
So yeah, Scribble, you determine that Xanthrus is alive and will probably recover from his injuries. May not be quite as pretty. Lunalia, with your medicine check, the wounds have knitted shut. Your healing spell seems to have been enough to stop the bleeding and to close the wounds, but as you gingerly place a hand on them, there is a heat that indicates that there's something wrong. And as you watch, you can see the flesh around the wounds darken a sickly green color. What is it?
I'm afraid it looks like you've been poisoned, my friend.
Oh dear.
Now we must get to town.
I feel all right. Exhausted, but all right.
Would Perriman know what attacked him?
Lunalia knows what that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you could make a nature check with advantage, but highly likely that being a druid, you would know what it is.
Yeah, they're fey. Do you want me to make a nature check?
Sure. I mean, the nature, you know what it is, but the nature check you make might allow me to educate the party. Yeah.
Oh.
You definitely know what it is. It's called a red cap. They are homicidal creatures born of bloodlust.
Mini barbarians.
Yeah, and they are either from the Feywild or they are born in places where the veil between the Feywild and the material plane is thin.
Disadvantage on stealth and can attack 3 times. They really are mini barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're
Holy
nasty.
cow.
Yeah, they just they live for the bloodlust.
So anybody know what it meant? We're too late. It's already
I think he
damage is
might have
already
been
done.
referring to Paramon.
To the damage he did to Paramon, the poison or whatever it is.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking the dragon's on the other side of that tree.
No.
But that other one did get away, so...
Yes,
Yeah.
so let's not linger.
Are we dragging Xanthrus with us?
We'll leave him here. The forest will look after him.
Oh, what? Okay.
And I just kind of like dirt benders are weird.
It has nothing to do with bending dirt. He's bound to the forest, and the forest will look after him.
It's cool. The other 3 red caps hiding on the DM's secret lair will just eat him after you guys leave.
Well,
And nothing
for
of
not-
value was lost.
it's not his fault for not letting us take his friend.
Cycle of life.
Oh man, you guys are letting me murder hobo my own NPCs. That's great. That's great.
So when
So,
someone's at 0 in their stable, are they just considered asleep or like unconscious or?
Unconscious,
Yeah, they're
you're
unconscious.
You're unconscious, and RF, correct me if I'm wrong, and you know this. I think it's you need a short rest to regain a hit point at that point. So you basically sleep for an hour and then wake up with 1 hit point.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he can conjure some good berries or heal himself, and he'll be fine. I'd like to be very far away when that happens.
It's an hour, or it's 1d. You regain a hit point in an hour or 1d4 hours. I forget which one it is.
I don't know. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
He's
How is everyone's health? Noro, how is your health?
I had a collapsed lung, but now I'm just okay.
Some
Good.
chipped teeth from that rock.
Let's power this gem and get out of here.
Right on. I offer my services.
All right. So, are you staying here for an hour to power this gem up?
No,
Well,
we
wait,
should
wait, wait.
probably go.
Yeah, because last time I think we were trying to do that. That's when everybody showed up.
Yeah.
Let's head to that rock that we made camp at the last time we came out here.
Oh, the big flat rock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That way we can have some people on lookout and we can kind of hide. Paramon, where were your old clothes?
I threw them in the bushes over there.
Good, we'll leave them there.
Fine. Fine, yes.
We can replace them in town. Maybe something in a lovely red.
All right. Why? Stop calling me Paramon. My name is Amadan.
Yes, of course. Okay, let's go.
Right. Where are we going?
Hot
So-
food.
Hot food and
Someplace-
tea. You owe me tea.
Yes, yes.
So
we're
do
gonna
we
head
want
for that-
to-
Go ahead.
Do we want to rest here, or maybe we should move away?
I think we should go.
Tipu?
There's
How
a
f-
campsite that we were at before that's not too far from here.
Yeah, how far away is that?
I mean, you guys could rest
Roughly
here
an
and make it
hour.
real easy for me. We're
No.
already on the battle map.
How far away is that flat rock?
That flat rock is not far. It is. Let's move everybody over to the region map.
It can't be more than an hour or two away.
The flat
I
rock
wouldn't think so.
is in the this little sort of cove here in the southwest corner of the grove on a knoll in the sort of river valley grassland just outside of the forest. It is 1.5 miles, 2 miles.
Okay, so that's not so bad.
You know, you'd make it there in well under the hour. And so,
Yeah, so we can go set up a small campfire, make Paramon some tea, and we'll power this gem.
assuming your marching order is the same, do you want to make another survival check, Lunalia, or somebody else, or somebody can assist, or however y'all want to do it? This is
Yeah,
just-
I mean, I'll have my arm hooked with Paramon's again.
Okay,
I can assist.
great.
That
And this is
gives
just
her
to
advantage, right?
this is just to make sure that you retain your bearings and move in the direction you want to move as you're traveling through the dense forest. Beautiful, natural 20. Well, that's easy enough. You find yourselves there in no time at all. The trip is quick. You move quickly through the dense underbrush, finding game paths, and eventually, just at the end, you find the main trail, and the stone comes into view. The familiar campsite beneath it, high up on a knoll overlooking the surrounding valley, with the large stone outcropping above you to give you some cover. Do you guys mind if we take a quick break?
Nope.
Yeah, no, that'd be good.
Okay. Just need to use the restroom, so we'll be back momentarily.
Sick.
Strings on break, feel free. And we're back. Alright, so we had left off with the party moving to a safer location just outside of the forest. A large, round, flat stone that sits perched atop a knoll with a hollow beneath it where they've camped before. A stone where once, some weeks ago, a pair of goblins sat lookout atop it while their backup camped beneath it. So as you settle down for a short rest here, the three of you again channel your energy, your life energy into the stone, and as you do, you feel part of your life force leave you. You feel weaker, less than whole. But at the end of the hour, the channeling completes, and the stone pulses with a dull red glow. Ready to use.
Oh, well, the sooner we're back in town, the better. We're all gonna need some rest after this.
Noro just makes a comment, watch us portal into a graveyard.
Lunali's just
You
gonna
and your
eye roll.
graveyards.
The three things that Noro does: graveyards, rage, and smithing.
And sniff soap.
Don't
Are
talk
we-
about my soap.
Are we ready to?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Yep, I just sniffed my soap one more time before we go.
I'm just gonna do
I,
a check.
I use the short rest to do a arcane recovery to get spell back as well.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a double check for the little mouse, Cornelius.
He is, you look over and he's sitting perched on your shoulder. He is watching, the old wizard, and there's a look of concern on the little creature's face. You look over at Paramon and realize that, crawling up his neck slowly are greenish black veins.
Yes, we need to go now.
He seems to be oblivious to it. What are you looking at? Are we going?
Yes. It is time to go.
Very
So
well.
she's gonna go go over and take his hand.
Oh, hello.
And where the hell is this thing?
Are we going to fly?
No, we are going to teleport.
That's not a spell a proper druid knows.
No, it is not.
Ooh. Are you a wizard?
No, I am afraid not. I am just a druid.
Well, show me what you can do.
Yeah, so she's gonna have everyone gather together, and she will expend the one charge that's stored to teleport.
Where are you going to?
She is going to teleport to the area behind, like beside the pond, between the pond and Darren's house.
All
Take
right.
us to the graveyard.
No, not to the graveyard.
Could take us to Lanine's.
I don't want to pop in the middle of town.
You are
That's fair.
teleporting to a place that is very familiar.
Mm.
The DM rolls D100 and consults the table. Oh boy,
That's no good.
that's not good.
We all die.
Teleporting to a place that is very familiar, and 11 falls into the similar area category. You and your group wind up in a different area that's visually or thematically similar to the target area. If you were heading for your home laboratory, for example, you might wind up in another wizard's laboratory, or in an alchemical supply shop that has many of the same tools and implements as your laboratory. Generally, you appear in the closest similar place, but since the spell has no range limit, you could conceivably wind up anywhere on the plane. Oh boy. So we're talking about the sort of like the area where you and Darren would like hang out, sit on top of the large
Yeah.
flat rock and practice music. Interesting. Between a pond and a farmstead.
This puts us behind the inn and the bathhouse in Storm Hollow. I'll be mad.
No,
We're not supposed to be here yet.
But I mean, you did give me an opportunity to derail you guys and put you somewhere interesting. So,
Yeah, but it's gonna kill Paramon.
I mean, there's an archdruid there who might be able to heal him.
Well, that's true.
You know what? I'm gonna let the dice decide. Let's roll another D100. To see how close you are.
Please
low,
just let it be like on the opposite side of the lake.
Let's make low good this time. Not bad. There is a gut-churning wrench as you're all pulled sideways as you blink out of space and time. It doesn't feel right. Definitely doesn't feel like it did last time. And as stars whirl around you and everything fades to black, there's a pop. Light floods back into your eyes, and you're somewhere else. It's a little colder. The trees look similar. There is a small body of water, but it is not the right pond. You look off in the distance, and the rolling hills of grass are instead scrub brush. There is no farmstead nearby. There is no town. Only the pond is similar. You're not quite sure where you're at, but it is colder, maybe a little further north. Noro, you look around you, and your eyes focus in on a ridge of mountains that you recognize from home. But it's wrong. You see 3 peaks. The tallest should be to the right, but it's to the left.
Oh.
You think you're beyond the mountain range to the north, in the very southern plains of Nordingskel.
Oh dear.
And and I imagine the weather makes me feel fancy.
Yeah, like it's late spring leaning into early summer, and the air is chilly here. It's not bad. It's just a little chill.
Where is this on the map, do you think?
If you zoomed as far out as you can go, the distance from Phandalin to Dralamar, if you go about twice that distance to the north, you hit another range of mountains that runs east-west. That is where Noro's from, and the tallest of the peaks of those mountains, you are looking at from the north. You're looking south at those peaks now. So 50, 100 to 200 miles or so north. The good news is you spend some time looking around you, and you're relatively safe. You're kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Well, we're far from the dragon.
Yes, but we're also far from a healer.
I don't see an inn anywhere about. Where are we supposed to find a meal and a hot cup of tea?
The tea we can manage. Unfortunately, the rest might be difficult.
Well, I shall have a sit down here. I'm feeling a little tired. Do let me know when it's time for us to leave. And he pops another good berry. Delicious.
I start making the making the chez l'amour, my little hut, figuring that maybe might be time for us to take a rest for a little while, chill out for the rest of the day, hang out here, and then maybe we can figure out after a long rest we can maybe attempt again. But it might be good to stay far away for a little bit.
Maybe it is for the best. Chalet de l'amour.
So it's still fairly early in the day. They're like, early afternoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we see any like signs of a town or anything?
You could do a little scouting, make a perception check. How far are you willing to range out from where you're at?
Well, I was going to cast fly on myself and go up.
Cool.
And then figuring with height I might be able to.
I will cast invisibility on him before he does.
All right. The Kenku turns invisible as his feet leave the ground. And Scribble, you fly up for a better vantage point. How far are you going?
Kind of as far as we would need to be able to try to see something.
What's the duration on the spell?
10 minutes.
Okay, that's yeah. You get up a fair distance, enjoying the feel of the biting cold wind as you cut through it, and you get a really good look of the landscape around you. Go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage. Far to the west, nearly at the extent of what your eyes can see, there is what looks like a small fishing town. The land sort of carves down away from you and out of sight, but you see a few buildings, smoke trailing from stone chimneys, and then beyond it, a sliver of blue water at the edge of the horizon.
Does it look like or would I be able to tell like how big the body of water was?
It's the ocean. It's the
okay.
It's either it's the Deepwater Strait, or it is the unending sea, the larger ocean that it joins at the north.
I would tell the party it appears there's a fishing town to the west.
You would estimate maybe 2 days journey from where you're at.
While he's flying up to investigate, because I cast invisibility at 3rd level, I would have targeted myself as well. And I just want to scout around the area to look for anything of note, anything dangerous. Make sure we're not right outside a bear's den, or I'm going to look for a game trail or a larger trail.
Okay.
Am I making a survival check, or?
Yeah, that feels like a survival or perception, your choice. Sounds more like a survival check. You find some loose game signs, but really nothing of note. This pond seems to be a watering hole for some passersby. The trees about it very quickly die off into rolling plains with sparse bits of tundral brush.
Yeah, so she'll come back and tell the group that it doesn't look like there's anything around. It's pretty desolate beyond the forest. So
We
shall
should
we?
charge the gym.
We should, yes.
Well, if you do want to take a long rest, and charge it in the morning, you could. You could spend a provision point to take another short rest today.
I think that we should.
That seems like probably the best option.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. I'm not sure if Dark cut out or if
She did.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not keying up.
Yeah.
I believe we should probably just hang out here for a little bit. Maybe we recharge the gym and then take a long rest tonight, and in the morning we go.
I don't think we can wait till the morning. Can you guys hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean,
Why not?
you could certainly charge it and use it again. In an hour.
I don't know if you caught what I was saying about Paramon. She wants to go over, give him his tea, and sort of give him a look over.
You can make another medicine check, but I mean, it's there are.
No, she wants to see like how rapidly this is progressing. Does she think that it's going to be 10 times worse in the morning? Should we go sooner?
You see dark spiderwebbed veins running up the side of his neck, halfway to his jawline on one side. They're warm to the touch, and he looks older, more tired than when you ran into him earlier. He looks like he has a point of exhaustion, for to put it into game terms.
Can I assist with this? Does this seem like is this a completely natural disease? Is this a magical thing? Is this a magical effect?
You could make an Arcana check. You could detect magic. You could. Let's use that Arcana check plus Linelia's knowledge of the creature to say that you surmise that they're. Neither of you are aware of that type of creature, the red cap, using poisons of any sort. But given that it was a fey creature that attacked him, and given the clear signs on his body, as well as the degradation of his physical appearance, you think that there is some sort of either poison or perhaps a curse or something along those lines at work.
Pierre, come here, s'il vous plaît. And I start flipping through him and like talking to him. Like, you ever seen anything like this? And is this magical? Have you healed anything like this? And as I do that, I cast Detect Magic and see if there's any magic as part of the disease at all, if I can, or
All
part of
right.
his condition.
Yes. Mechanically, I'm not finding a good answer to this. So I'm just going to wing it, and you tell me if it doesn't make sense. There is a strong magical presence. It is not a school of magic, per se. In fact, the feeling that you get, Louis, is that the pulse of magical energy that you feel coming from Paramon. No, you know what? It's necrotic. That's easy enough. It's necrotic. Not the school of necromancy per se, but there's a strong necrotic energy radiating from him, magical energy. So it's not an active spell, but it's perhaps a curse or an effect.
Mademoiselle, I think it seems as though there's some kind of necrotic energy going on here. I'm going to try something, and I'll try to cast Dispel Magic on it.
All right.
On him. And if there seems to be multiple magical effects on him, I'd like to try to target this one that seems to be the most pressing.
It's just the one. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. Yeah, unfortunately, doesn't have any effect. As the arcane energy washes over him, you still see the telltale signs of this effect on him. It does not appear to diminish in any way.
There's no check for if it's a higher level or anything?
It's not a spell.
Just it doesn't have any. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I believe that answers what we're going to do for us.
This is all Deep's fault.
Yep. If he was here, it wouldn't be a problem.
Yep.
Fucking
It's all
Deebs.
Deep's fault.
Hope you're watching Deebs. I know you're not.
Piece
Yeah.
of shit.
I think we need to short rest and try again.
Everybody okay with that? And who is donating blood? Paramon offers.
You know what? We're all going to take turns, and the next time, you are definitely in.
Oh!
The next time?
Yes, the next time we need to power this up. Not this time, the next time.
Cheerio. Well then, I'll be right here. I might take a nap.
I can assist.
I think we've taken enough out of the other two.
Yeah, I'll give 2.
I'll give 3.
How is your health, Monsieur Oiseau? Do you want some healing first?
I'm fine.
Okay.
God, those dice are so low.
Hey, that 7's max.
Yeah, so 15 to Louis. Another 5 to Linalia.
What I wouldn't give to have rolled that low.
Oh wait, I
and-
need to add 3 because I didn't add my Constitution.
Oh, okay, so 5, 8, 11 then to Scribble?
No, I rolled 5, so it'd be 8. Or no, it'd be 7.
Oh.
Are you rolling just 1 die?
I rolled 2 dice.
Oh,
What's your
yeah.
con?
With your cons, what, plus?
+1.
Right. So, yeah, it'd be 7. All right. You spend the hour. Scribble's scout about while flying and invisible revealed nothing in sight. So, there's you all feel relatively safe in this place. Then you spend the hour channeling into the stone again, and at the end of the hour, it becomes ready. You ready for me to?
No, hang on a second. So when you add your con, like my constitution's +3.
Your con is plus. Yeah.
So it's 17 total, right?
Yes.
No,
Okay.
it's
No, yours is already added because you rolled hit dice. Scribble rolled manually.
I just rolled regular dice.
So he had to add his.
Okay.
Ah.
So it's just 11 for mine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little weird because Louis actually shows the 1d6 plus 1. Yours doesn't, but if I mouse over it, it says 1d8 plus 3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just the difference between, the version of the the extension running in your browser or whatever. Different browser, different. I don't know. Do you want me to roll the Louis? Make an Arcana check.
got a 19.
Yeah. This is not a teleportation is a spell that has eluded you for some time. It is perhaps something you've thought about, maybe read about, tinkered with the basic foundation of this type of spell, but it's up there a ways. And you think that maybe, someday, and maybe not too far off, especially with the application of practical wizardry that you've suddenly sort of found yourself in the middle of lately, you might work towards it a little faster than you would have in the past in your more academic ventures. You're not there yet, but one of the things you do recall from your reading on this type of magic is the familiarity with the location is key. Especially having an object from that place, an object that was taken from that place. You start thinking about, is there something we have from where we're going? Or can we go to somewhere where we have something that came from there on our person?
I cannot lower my max HP. I can't figure out how.
So just change your max HP. Subtract what you need to from the total.
But it won't let me.
There's a box there to adjust it.
The adjusting didn't work for me. I just had to type into the box.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's the max hit points override.
Yeah, but I can't go into the negative.
You just type in, like for mine, I just typed in 28 for override max HP.
Yeah, it's an override. You just type in the actual number, not a modifier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think anytime you see an override like that, it's not a modifier. It's just
Yeah, that worked.
Yep. So Louis, you are pretty sure that if Lunalia were to teleport you to a location that she had an object that came from that location, it would be a sure thing that this sort of mishap wouldn't happen again.
If you wanted to go somewhere, I have some things that might help in this process. For example, I start like rummaging through my wagon. Maybe if you wanted to go to the store in town, I have all these objects from there, and I pull up like a couple of candles and a pair of manacles. Um, but maybe if there's something else that you might have
Ah,
that reminds you of somewhere from somewhere, maybe deeper, a little more accuracy.
of course. Of course. I'm sure that is why you were a wizard. Noro, can I please borrow your soap?
My soap?
Yes.
Um,
The one I gave you?
on my neck. Um. Okay.
Where are you thinking specifically of taking us?
To Lanine's shop.
I give over the necklace.
Or are you... Have you been getting Louis to teach you?
No.
I promise I will give it back as soon as we arrive.
How to use the soap? No, I've noticed he is not that good at using the soap.
No,
There's like
I
a
don't believe
nose mark worn in the one side of the soap.
I don't believe he actually uses it for washing.
We believe
I
Lenine is
know.
the one who will be able to help him.
Her or Gariel, but I don't have anything from Gariel.
Too bad we don't have Deebs' coin.
We
Well, I
have
think she
my coin
gave
though,
Scribble one, yeah.
Oh,
which would
shit.
take her right to the.
I don't know if the party knew that you had a coin though, which is why.
Which is why I can just mention it now. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be her. Does it have to be her item?
It is an item, an object taken from the desired destination within the last 6 months. Examples include a book from a wizard's library, bed linen from a royal suite, or a chunk of marble from a lich's secret tomb. Book from a wizard's library is an example. The book wasn't necessarily created in that library, but it rested in that place when you took it.
That's where it resides.
So,
yeah, right.
the soap wasn't necessarily made in Phandalin, but because it came
Associated
from
with it.
Linine's shop and you specifically took it from there, there's a strong connection between you and that object and the location.
Even if there was a chance that it could fuck up, if we used the coin, it would take us to a church.
That's true.
I think the soap is the best bet, and it's close enough to where Gariel is anyway. I'm sure if we yell at the top of our lungs, she'd just hear us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you think that works, I do have these from the other Stockland town, and I hold up an abacus and a crowbar and shrug and toss them back into the wagon.
This is amazing
I-
because I remember him sending me these lists of like random shit that he bought in town or whatever.
Yeah, she's just gonna sort of cock an eyebrow at him. Manacles, a crowbar, an abacus.
What kind of things do you get up to at
She's
night?
just gonna look at Pierre and shrug, like, what?
Well, if I can be just honest, I have never been adventuring before. It's very exciting. But I just did not know exactly what I might need, so I figured it would be much easier to have the wagon and just bring everything.
I don't see a problem with that. If I had more pack room, I would bring more.
Do you want to put something in my wagon?
I don't really have anything to put in the wagon.
Okay, well, the offer's on the table if you want.
Yes, I will keep that in mind. She is now gonna pick up every piece of random shit on the road. She's gonna be like Darkstar and WoW. Your inventory gonna be so full.
Except this inventory is going to be accessible by everyone.
I might need to
Prepare to be
teleport back
cleaned
here
out.
someday.
Yeah, she's just gonna start picking up shit. She's gonna pull a Caleb Widowgast and every rock along the road. She's gonna tie a piece of paper around right where it's from into the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, leave everything better than where you found it. If we pick up this crash on the way, that's good.
Exactement. Shall we go?
Oui.
So you all join up, and Lunalia, you focus on the stone again, summoning the magic stored within it. This time, as you cast the spell stored within the stone, everything around you swirls to darkness. There's a burst of light. Stars flash before your eyes, and you find yourselves. You use the soap.
I'm using the soap as a focus.
You find yourselves suddenly standing in Lenine's shop. The afternoon sunlight filters in through the windows. A slight haze of dust motes floats through the air. A very startled Lenine is behind the counter. Oh!
Bonjour.
Surprise!
I'm so sorry to have sprung that on you.
I'm not opening my eyes until someone tells me it's not a graveyard.
She's just gonna pat Noro on the shoulder and hand him his soap. We've arrived. It's safe.
We're at Lenine's. We're fine. Smell your soap, Gnarls.
Okay.
Hello? I did not know you were capable of such spells.
It takes a lot out of us.
As a matter of fact, we are not.
No.
Oh, hello,
Yeah.
Louis. I was worried about you. You disappeared suddenly.
We and then I appealed suddenly as well.
So you did. Can I help you all, or is this
Well, I mean, she's still got her arm hooked around Paramon, so she's gonna pull him forward a little bit.
And as she's kind of looking around the group, she sees, Paramon maybe behind the shoulder of one of the larger ones in the party. Paramon.
I'm Madame.
Hello. You look worse for wear. Where have you been? Where has he been?
In the
Well-
woods.
We can explain that over some tea and a hot meal that we promised him, and perhaps we could have Gariel join us. She's doing like the big obvious wink at Lenine. Like it's very obvious that she's like she don't know how to be subtle.
Fortunately, her insight check was high. She kind of looks at you, blank stare for a second, and then nods. Oh. Yeah. Would you like me to fetch her?
Yes.
Wait a minute. And she goes in back and brings a chair out and sets it down out front of the counter. Right. I'll be back soon. Please, make yourselves at home, I suppose. And she runs out the door. Grabs what's very obviously a spell book that had been sitting on the counter sort of next to where she was leaned, and hustles out the door. What do you all do while you're here in the in the shop?
Well, Lunali's gonna have Paramon sit in the chair and relax and tell him, we've arrived in town. We will go and have a lovely lunch soon. We're just waiting for a couple more of our companions to join us. The more the merrier.
Oh,
How are you feeling?
It's good of you to ask. I'm tired, my dear. Very tired. It is good to sit. And you can see him as he sits down. He just sort of crumples into the chair. Very good indeed. Footsteps behind you on the wooden porch outside, and the door creaks open. A little bell dingles as it does. Some guy you've never seen smudges of dirt on his face. Looks like maybe a miner. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, can I help you?
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Hi, I'm looking for some supplies.
What were you looking for?
Yeah, please,
He just
have a seat. And I pull out the wagon, like,
he just kind of looks at all of you like this ragtag bunch of kind of worn down looking adventurers now.
14 hit dice worth of damage between the 5 of us.
This
Rogar's just gonna take a deep breath and go behind the counter and look for any parchment or anything.
this your shop?
No,
It's a
it's
friend
not
of
our
ours.
shop.
We're just minding the store while she's away for a minute.
Can you sell me something, or do I have to come back?
Oh, we could sell you something. That's not a problem. It's fine.
I don't think so.
I think it's fine. What did you need, sir?
Right. And he kind of scratches at absent-mindedly at his dirty, sort of greasy, tousled hair, and reaches into a pouch and pulls out a crumpled sheet of parchment and just kind of shoves it into your hand.
Did you need a crowbar, perhaps? An abacus?
I need that. I don't read so well. Boss told me to get that.
Oh, who is your boss?
Teffin.
Does that name sound familiar?
No.
Okay.
Look, he'll be right mad if I don't come back with that. So please.
What's on the list?
You look at the list, and it looks like it's like 3 shovels and a couple of bags of grain and a crate of potatoes, and it's like a random list of things that a small mining crew would need to restock.
I happen to know that there is... I shouldn't be telling you this. There is another vendor just to the north of here
Oh.
who will definitely have these items at a much lower price, I might add.
What? Why are you telling me this? Ain't you friends
Why-
with who runs this place?
Sure. But I wouldn't want to see any... I'm not suggesting Lenine would try to rip you off. I'm just telling you, you could get them for a much better price from... What is his name? Barthen?
Barthen, yeah. He looks around with kind of a slack-jawed gape. This place looks pretty spendy.
It's also very magical from the sound of it. You want mundane items.
Barthen will have what you need.
Like, you look around and you can see most of the stuff on the list. You could, she would be able to sell him, sure, but Barthen's is definitely more suited to this type of stuff. Right, he turns around and takes a step towards the door. Oh, and he reaches and takes the parchment back from you. Thanks, then.
Yes, tell Barthen that we sent you. He'll
and
know
who
who
are
we are.
we?
Oh, you just describe us. He'll know.
Right. Okay. Thanks. He turns around and hustles out the door, and the door shuts, the bell jingles. A few minutes later,
Before anybody comes back, is Scribble in the back rummaging through her stuff?
I don't know, what's he doing?
Well, that's why she wants to make a perception check.
Make a perception check. I mean, I'd say a 9's low enough that if Scribble wasn't just standing out here in the front room, you probably wouldn't know where he's at.
Okay.
But where is Scribble in the front room?
Yeah, just hanging out, sitting on top of the counter.
Scribble, Halia mentioned that she wanted to see you before we left. I forgot to mention that when we went to the keep. It hasn't been like a full day yet, has it?
Since you left? No, you left this morning.
Yeah, okay, so it'd still be fine.
Well, if nothing else, Lenine arrives out of breath a few minutes later, as if she had just hustled across town, up the hill, down the hill, and back across town again. Gariel is with her. She looks a little out of breath as well. And they both step into the main room of the shop here. Lenine goes over to Paramon's side and asks him quietly how he's feeling. Gariel greets you all. Hello, I heard you found your friend. Is this him?
Yes, if you could please have a look at him.
Lenine, some privacy, please. Ooh, that's very loud.
Yeah, I just turned it down.
Okay. Yeah, perfect. Lenine, if we could have some privacy, please. Lenine she looks a little flustered, but she goes over and locks the door, flips the sign around to closed, and draws some shades. And Gariel walks up to Paramon and oh, hello! Who are you? I'm meeting so many new people today. Not to worry, I'm a friend of, well, all of these folk. She kind of looks him over, and then she just places a hand on his chest, closes her eyes for a few seconds, and then, Lunalia, she looks at you, and there is a very concerned look on her face. This isn't good. This isn't good at all.
Do you recognize it?
Not specifically, but it's fey magic. It's something dark and old. What happened to him?
He was slashed by a redcap.
That doesn't make any sense.
As the redcap was dying, he did say, "It's too late, the damage has been done."
Refresh my memory. Did anybody tell Gariel about the green dragon and Paramon's predicament and all of that, or I just don't recall?
I think Scribble was the last one to talk to her.
Trying to remember.
Tell me whatever you think you would have told her.
I mean, she offered her help in fixing Paramon, so I imagine yes.
Yeah. So
yeah, I just don't recall if like you guys have talked to her since discovering that he was being held by Xanthrus.
No, I do recall her saying that she would help.
Okay. This red cap, was he... Did you... I don't understand. Did you just run into him randomly, or was this while you were escaping from her?
We ran into his friend, who is a centaur, who I believe is under the dragon's sway in some way, shape, or form, and told us that he had to return Paramon, and he wouldn't let us take him with us. And I believe he summoned some help, one of which was this redcap.
I don't know redcap to be capable of this level of evil, I suppose I could call it. But if he was sent by someone far more powerful, perhaps. This will ruin him in a way that is irreparable if it's not stopped.
Well, can you fix it?
She winces at those words and just goes very silent for a long moment. Looks down at the floor for a while. She looks back up at you, and there are tears in her eyes. I can't.
Well, do you know who could?
Our friend, Deebs. But not yet. He has farther to walk on his journey before he can do that sort of thing.
So is this a tomorrow type of thing, or a 3 months down the road type thing?
She smiles. Sooner than later, I think. He is eager to learn and grow. But not soon enough. She looks out the windows to the south. And then she looks back at you, and there's hesitation there. Adabra might be able to help. Go to Umbridge Hill. Perhaps she can help.
All right. Would you mind if I leave him in your care?
I think you should take him with you. I don't think there's time for that.
Oh. How far away is Adabra's hill?
You can see it on the map. It is just over 5 miles away.
5 miles.
Yeah, it's about an hour and a half, over hill and yon.
All right, well, I guess we will head there immediately. She's going to move over to the others, away from where Paramon is, and explain what's going on. Gariel can't fix this. And we apparently have very, very little time.
You look past Lunelia, the rest of you look past her, and you can see that Gariel is visibly shaken by all of this. She looks like she really badly wants to help but can't. Like her hands are tied, and it's really bothering her. There's more to it than that, but that's what you get just with passive insight.
Well, in that case, there is no time to lose. We should be on our way. On our way, no?
On whose Willie? What?
We should. Alonzi, let's go.
Yes, Alonzi. I have a suggestion. If someone is willing to tow the wagon for you, would you mind terribly riding with Paramon? Horseback. Umbridge Hill's about an hour away.
Whatever works.
Well, you're quite light, and rather strong, and I won't be able to hold on to him. And if the rest of you could move with all haste towards Adabra's hut. Noro, perhaps she has some stew waiting.
I mean, do we all need to go?
I don't know. I suppose we don't.
Gariel listening in says, you should go. You should all go. She may need your strength.
Ah,
I'm sorry, that's all I can do to help.
somehow I am doubtful, but we will go. She just gives her a bit of a side eye. Well, no time to lose. Let's be on our way. And she's just going to step outside, and literally as soon as she's outside the door, she's going to wild shape.
Into a...
Draft horse?
War horse?
Giant spider.
No.
Ooh.
Let me just pull up a window.
Yeah, you get I got some wild shape stuff here on my list. You can do a riding horse, draft horse, war horse, giant seahorse. She turns into a giant seahorse and just flops over on the ground.
And loses her wild shape.
Yeah, we'll go war horse.
Okay. So as the druid shifts into a tall war horse, the rest of you help Paramon up. The old man is frail, seemingly more than he was even this morning. And
it might be a little bit easier, maybe more comfortable of a ride if Pierre, come here, please, and do that thing with the yeah, you know. And Pierre like kind of poofs into like a little bit large, a little bit. It's already a large book, but like a 3 foot by 3 foot book that just hovers in the air, much bigger with its pages open.
What?
And Parimon, if you please just sit on here. It'll be a very comfortable ride, and then I'll hop up onto Lunalia's back.
is that
And
Tensor's floating disc?
it's Tensor's floating PA. Yeah.
Nice.
That's amazing.
Well, then I can take more than one on my back. I could easily take Scribble as well.
Yeah, I'd say take Scribble.
And then Noro hops on. Me too, me too.
Yeah, me too.
All right, so
I have a hard time carrying just him.
the party moves south.
Before we leave, I would turn, like, if they're, if Lunalia is, like, going with haste to Umbridge Hill, before Rogar leaves, he would turn to Lenine and ask, what is your experience with familiars? If the caster of said familiar or owner passes, what would happen to it?
But I don't remember out of play. I don't remember if you guys told her that you'd found
Rat.
Albric's rat or not. But you
Yeah, we
very
told her.
definitely found Albric's rat, and you'd actually given it to Paramon when
Yeah.
you went north to see him. Okay, so she would know that. Well, I certainly thought I knew, but after learning of Albric's rat surviving past his death, I'm not so sure I know anymore. Why do you ask?
Because if there's nothing we can do and Paramon's familiar survives, Paramon might still be alive. But I can't say for sure because I'm not familiar enough with magic.
Is this conversation happening after Luna May
After
has
all,
already
you guys
taken
are
off?
already gone.
Gotcha.
She rolled a really low Arcana check. I'm not sure, Rogar. I think it's unpredictable. What could happen?
All right.
Perhaps I should go. I don't think there's anything I can do but worry. Should I go?
I think we should be able to take care of it, whatever's going on. Although,
If she wants to go, she can ride on the horse, and I will make my way.
if there's a way to potentially hide him, not necessarily his appearance, but maybe his presence that you can think of, that might come in handy. Since
Ooh.
he's part of a collection.
I could. Although I think Louis could as well, perhaps. It's definitely within my capabilities, and he is more knowledgeable than I.
Louis' idea was a paper bag, and
Yeah, put a paper bag over his head. I don't see why that's so crazy.
Roger starts taking off.
Every wizard could do that. Anybody could do that.
After saying his idea was a paper bag.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the spell. Oh, good lord. It is no. She opens her spell book and flips through the pages. No, it's not complete. But I do have a trinket that might help. And she goes in back and comes out with a small polished lacquered wooden case, opens it up, and there is a small amulet in it that she hands to you. Have him wear this. He will need to attune to it, but it should protect him.
All right. I will pay for it when we get back.
No, you won't. It belongs to him now. Go.
I mean, all right, if you say so.
I
And Roger will take off.
She's not giving it to the party. She's giving it to another NPC. You ain't gonna pay for it. I mean, you can if you want, but...
So yeah, Rogar will take off and catch up to them.
Yeah, so it is a... oh, boy. You don't really even need to add it to your inventory, but it is a... Amulet of Proof Against Detection and Location. While wearing this amulet, you're hidden from divination magic. You cannot be targeted by such magic or perceived through magical scrying sensors. So if Nalcendris were to, let's say, scry on you, she would not be able to see him through that scrying, even if he were standing next to you. Is my interpretation. And there it is in the chat.
Nice.
Yeah, so there you go. It's a small, very simple amulet. And so you set out over hill and yon to Umbridge Hill.
Probably at a quickened pace.
At a fairly good clip. Into the foothills with the mountain peaks in the distance. Traveling close to the tree line whenever you can. And Lunalia remembering the the dragon, the very up close and personal dragon sighting some time ago. You make your way to Umbridge Hill. RF, have you seen Umbridge Hill? There's a really good painting on the website of it. I'll just pull it up here. I'll just throw it in the Discord.
Oh, sweet.
An old stone windmill. Its vanes stopped, perhaps for years. Sits atop a windswept hill, framed by the mountain peaks of the Sierra Madres behind it to the south. Near the top of the hill, a set of stone cairns marks where dwarves from centuries past were buried. A small garden sits beside the stone windmill. Steps lead up to a door, and as you ride up to the windmill, the door opens. You all see an old woman, familiar to the rest of you, perhaps the first time Louis lays eyes on her. Adabra's gray-white hair is close-cropped, her kind eyes sunk deep into her wrinkled face. She smiles warmly as you all approach. Scribble, there is a strong pull that you feel from the direction of the stone cairns. Perhaps some unfinished business that you'll have to deal with later. Adabra waves as you all approach. I thought you might be coming. I had a vision of sorts. It's good to see you all. And she smiles warmly at Paramon. And you, of course, old friend. Bring him inside, please. It's warm. We'll sit by the fire. She beckons you in.
Bonjour. It is a pleasure to meet you. I do believe we promised our friend here some tea. Do you have some? Do we have time for tea, actually?
I don't believe we've met, my small friend. I'm Adabra.
Why does everybody feel the need to comment on my size? Lunalia called me light. That's rude. I don't know. I don't call you large or medium or blue or.
But you are light.
Pardon-moi.
You don't weigh as much as Loro does.
My name is Louis.
Edmundar.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is mine, I'm sure. She reaches out and grabs your hand, squeezes it with more strength than you think her slender, aged frame would have. You see her hands are rough, as if she's worked the fields for many years. Come, please come in. I only comment on your size because you'll fit well in my cozy abode. There's not much space. I apologize. She goes inside and pulls out a collection of chairs and stools, sits them about the stone hearth where a small fire burns. It's warm, it's cozy. There is a small window light filters through from the late afternoon sun. Dust motes float through the air. You see strings of garlic and other herbs hanging, drying. The smells of grain and root vegetables fill this space. I'll put on some tea. Paramon, it is so good to see you. Oh, hello! I don't believe we've met. And she just turns and looks at the rest of you.
This is
Oh.
Amadon.
Of course it is.
She's gonna do the big obvious wink. We've actually come for your help on his behalf.
Amadon. Really? She puts her hands on her hips and looks at him. Looks back at you. You know that name means idiot in the Elder tongue.
I didn't give him that name.
What? It most certainly does not. Tea then. I'll be back. She disappears around a corner into a kitchen area. The main floor of this large stone windmill. It's a circular space, the center of which is a large column that perhaps supports an upper floor. The ceiling a good 15 feet up. But the space itself is not very large, and you find yourselves all sort of cramped into this little living room area around a hearth. She comes back a few minutes later with several cups and a steaming pot of tea. Well, let me have a look at our friend here. And she pulls out a small set of spectacles and perches them on her nose. Looks him over, starts poking and prodding at his neck, at some of the spidery veins. More than his head is broken, I see. She looks at Lunalia. There is a look of worry on her face. This is not good.
Yes, Gariel said as much.
It was wise of her to send you to me. It must pain her greatly to know she can help but be forbidden. Well, I will fix him up. He'll be right as rain by morning.
Easy as that?
You doubt me? My dear, I have walked this earth for a very long time and have my ways. Shantea has blessed me with the knowledge that we need to restore his health. And I think perhaps his mind. Do you have it?
Yes.
Well then, let me see. And she holds a work-aged hand out to you, trembling slightly.
So she's going to reach up behind the back of her neck, where the mouse has been nested in her hair, and pull out Cornelius. She's also going to cast Speak with Animals to explain to him what's going on. She'll give him a quick, 2-minute rundown on what's happening, where we are, what we're going to do.
All right. He listens intently and nods, and when you're done talking to him, I'm worried. I feel my connection to him fading with him.
Well, I'm hoping that we can get both his mind and his body fixed here.
Yes, well, I trust her. I've known her some time, and she is wise and strong.
Who is she really?
Exactly what you see. It's her most redeeming quality is there's nothing more than what you see to her. She is a wise old woman who cares very much about everything and everyone. Now, hand me to her, would you please? And thank you.
Anytime.
You hand the mouse over, and she reaches down and pats his little head, tickles him behind the ear a bit, places him on her shoulder. She says, You'll be my friend, just for this evening. stay on my shoulder and watch. The rest of you, if you would stay the evening and share a meal with an old woman. And perhaps lend a hand or two. The ritual of cleansing will take some time to prepare. It's not something I've done in a very long time, and it is taxing. And I do not know if there is enough time to prepare it and a meal, but we should eat. You all look...
Leave the meal to us. Or rather, to our friend Rogar here. He's an excellent cook.
Oh,
Would Rogar have met her
I
before?
don't think so. I don't... you know, it's hard to say because you guys have come out here once or twice to buy some potions, but I don't think you have since Rogar joined the group.
I don't think so.
Living
No.
in Phandalin, however, she would have, when you lived in Phandalin for that year, 3 or 4 years back, you may have, you definitely would have heard of her. She would have come to town once in a while, perhaps. So you may have run into her, but you definitely would know her by reputation.
All right.
You know what? Let me roll some dice. You tell me, has Rogar met her or not?
Rogar wouldn't have had a reason to come out here
Okay.
for potions or anything.
Yeah. So I just rolled some dice, and she wouldn't have met you on one of her trips to town either. However, when Lunalia says we'll take care of it, she looks at Rogar. She looks at you, and her eyes narrow. You wouldn't perhaps be the Dragonborn who worked at the inn some years ago, would you?
I would be.
Well, your reputation precedes you, sir. I am honored to have you in my home, and would be even more so to have you in my kitchen.
I will see to it. This ritual of cleansing, would it be alright if he were to have magical items on him?
It would be better if he did not.
Okay.
Just for the night. In the morning, you could return to him whatever he has. But for the night, he should be pure. Well, then, the kitchen is this way. I'll get you started. And, Lunalia, would you be a dear and retrieve some potatoes from the garden?
Of course.
I don't know if potatoes grow in the late spring, but they do in this
Blue
world,
barb.
so whatever.
No blue barb.
No blue barb. It's not the middle of winter.
Potatoes grow all the time.
Okay, I don't know shit. Potatoes grow at the store. That's all I know.
And in the cupboard if we leave it long enough.
Fair. Yep. That's exactly. We got a guy that brings potatoes and then we eat them. That's all I know. All right. Rogar, she takes you to a humble kitchen space that is, very like backwoods cabin type of thing, but it's well stocked. Everything here, she has sacks of grain and a small storeroom full of vegetables and root vegetables. There is she's got a couple bottles of wine. There is ale. It is disturbing how well stocked her pantry is.
Impressive.
Well, living out here on my own, I've learned to eat well. It's the only way to keep up one's strength. Do your worst. I dare you. She smiles wickedly. There is a small magical container that you open that has various meats in it. Lamb. There's a little bit of everything, and you could definitely work with this. You know, your first glance about this place looked a little rickety, but when she shows you the pantry and how well stocked it is, it's looking good. She excuses herself and disappears up a flight of spiraling stone stairs that lead up to the next level. What are you all doing while she's preparing?
I'm picking potatoes outside.
All right. Noro?
I think I will go outside also and help out.
Maybe some firewood needs chopping.
On it.
There you go. Yeah, indeed, you actually find a an axe and a pile of rough cut firewood that could use some splitting. You kind of marvel at the fact that this old woman lives out here on her own and manages to do all of this. Scribble, Louis, how about you guys?
I would like to kind of draw and like recreate like the scene that I saw whenever I was on the pedestal thing.
Okay. Cool. Louis?
It seems like the situation is pretty under control. So as I've been doing with the majority of my free time, just kind of flipping through Pierre and another book on my knee. And if Lunalai is comfortable with it, flipping through her the journal that she has.
Yep. No, she gave it to you with the intent that you could copy any spells that you find out of it. All she would have asked is that you share any information that she couldn't, anything new and exciting that you might find, because she can't read or understand a lot of it.
So yeah, just during downtime, it seems like everything's under control. So, book nerds got a book.
All right. There is a there are some loud clunks from upstairs. The entire mill tower shudders once, and then you hear the sound of grinding gears, creaking wood, stone on stone. Those of you outside, you see you hear a loud clunk, and then you see the wind start to push the vanes as the gearworks behind them are released, and the windmill starts to turn slowly, and then it grinds to a halt. There's another groan. The entire tower shakes once violently, and the two of you in the living room area hear profanity from upstairs. Just a couple of choice curses.
Is that where she went? Upstairs?
Yeah, she went upstairs.
Oh.
She comes back downstairs and looks about. I have a small problem. Perhaps... She looks at Louis. Perhaps you could help me. The mill's gearworks are, well, as we all do, they're aging, and I need a strong lad to help get it going again. Would you mind helping?
Of course.
Time for some manual labor, book nerd.
I look around for Noro and don't see him. Okay.
A chance to prove yourself in the face of the comment on your size from earlier. She winks. So you follow her upstairs, and the second floor of this mill tower, wooden floorboards, dusty, not much traffic on them of late. In the center of the space, sitting on top of the stone column from below, a massive millstone 4 feet across, stone upon stone. A long wooden shaft leads up to a large gearworks that sits about 15 feet above your head. Scaffolding about it and a wooden ladder that leads up. Cobwebs hang from it. You can see the gears have turned recently, and just now, in fact, you heard them, but they've seized up. There is a lever in a mechanism of pulleys off to one side that seems to be a brake that starts and stops the vanes from turning. She goes over and leans heavily on it, and it creaks a bit. She says, "You can see it. I was able to release the brake, but it is stuck again. Perhaps you could give it a try?"
But of course. And so is it something she needs lifted or pushed, or I mean, how I can't picture how exactly
You
the mechanism
could
works in my head.
you could make an intelligence check. It's basically like it's a big iron lever that sticks up about 3 feet out of the ground. At its base, there is a large assembly with some gears and pulleys, ropes that run up into the gearworks up above to sort of a companion set of gears and pulleys. And then above you, overhead, in this like 30-foot across tower, circular tower, are these just massive wooden gears that basically are a transmission system between the big spinny vanes on the front of the windmill to the long shaft that comes down the middle of the room to the millstone. Have you seen the inside of a medieval windmill?
I have not. I did mean for that roll in chat to be intelligence, not strength, but the modifiers are the same for just a raw score.
Just gonna throw some pictures. And I was looking at this shit today. It's like just amazing. I want to visit an old windmill now. It's the coolest thing.
I've been to one of
So-
those.
With that intelligence check, would I be able to tell like what exactly the issue is? That's awesome.
Yes. Oh, sorry. That was an intelligence, not strength check.
Yeah, the modifiers are actually the same.
Cool.
+4 for just a straight ability check.
Yeah. You have a look at the gearworks overhead, and everything looks to be in working order. It looks like it just needs to be strong armed. Like it just ground to a halt. And needs a bit of a push again. You go up to the lever and you give it a little bit of a tug, and it seems to be stuck. There's a slackness in the ropes, and you wonder if maybe yanking on the rope that the lever activates might be enough to free the gearworks above your head. You could give it a strength check to find out.
So I think I need to pull on these ropes is what I need to do.
Mm-hmm. You give it a solid tug, and there is a groan from above of steel on steel. you maybe give it another tug to see if it'll work.
I'll grab the rope up high and hop up and try to pull it down using my body weight to assist me, all 30 pounds.
With advantage, she's going to help. So at the same time you do that, Adabra comes up and pulls on the lever as hard as she can again, and there's a clunk, and the gears start to turn slowly again. I think that might be enough. Let's watch it for a while, just you and me. It's been so long since I've had intelligent company. Tell me.
Hey.
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
trust me, I know the feeling. Oh.
Hey.
Tell me, Louis. Might you be from Flane?
Oui, how could you tell?
Oh, monsieur, the accent is a dead giveaway. I have a bottle of wine from a little vineyard south of the city. Perhaps you've heard of it. Oh, what is it called? Chateau du Bard Écarlate? House of the Scarlet Bard? You would know it as a very respected vineyard.
Oui, I've been there many times, especially in my younger years.
You look like someone who's enjoyed a glass or two in your time. Well, perhaps you would share the bottle with me this evening when we break bread.
I would love nothing more than a taste of home.
I don't believe in coincidence. I think it is fate that bottle found its way to me, and so did you. It is good to see you all here.
Mademoiselle, are you flirting with me?
No. Perhaps a little, but harmlessly, I hope.
Louis' cheeks flush very red.
she,
Oh, it is. Of course, it is nothing.
she pats you on the shoulder. As the two of you watch the gears turn, there is a health and vigor that returns to the mechanism as they turn and turn. You watch it for a while, and you're pretty confident that the mill is, again, functional. The grinding of stone becomes almost hypnotic. And as you walk over to the stone and inspect it, you can see that around the periphery of this 4-foot wide circular set of millstones, there is an inlay, carvings of let's see. Sorry, looking over my notes. Carvings of fields of waving grass, and as the stone turns, the carving changes from grass to grass that grows tall, stalks of grain. As the stone turns, you see the grain cut for harvest. As it turns again, you see the earth tilled, and as it turns again, you see the grain grow anew. An endless cycle of birth, growth, harvest, death, and rebirth. The old woman produces a single seed of grain from a small burlap sack, a small burlap pouch at her belt, and then a small sack of grain in a large burlap sack of grain. She places the seed in the sack and begins to pour it all into the hole in the top of the millstone with some effort. And as she does, you can hear the grain crack and grind. Eventually, a coarse powder begins to pour out of a small spout at the base of the stones. You catch a whiff of it, There is a familiarity in it, but there's also something foreign about it. It's not just the smell of fresh cracked wheat, but there is something else, an almost wintry smell, an almost minty, cold. It evokes visions of winter, and you take another whiff of it, trying to catch more, and it turns to spring. You smell wildflowers, and then the smell of grain sort of overwhelms and washes it out. It has been long since I've milled this special blend. I hope our friend Paramon enjoys the bread I will make him and finds it restoring. Well, monsieur, I need to tend to this. Please feel free to entertain yourself in my home. I will see you at dinner. And I thank you very much for your help.
Of course. It's always a pleasure to help someone in need. Please let me know anything else I can do. Does that process seem wholly mundane? I imagine not. Right?
There is something about this place that is foreign to you as a student of the arcane, but at the same time magical in a different way. This is some sort of ritual or rite.
Some sort of witchery.
Uh-huh.
Cool. I'll head back downstairs and pop squat with my book again. After that effort and missing his hit die, I am very content to hang with Pierre.
Rogar.
Mm-hmm.
Adabra eventually joins you in the kitchen. A sack of flour with very much the same sort of strange smells that Louis caught a whiff of. She smiles at you coyly as she begins to prepare dough for a loaf of bread. Don't mind me, just baking a little something special for our guest. This will be for him, and for him only, Rogar. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
Good.
Don't worry, this should be filling enough for everyone else.
Do you have... You got a button for a cooking skill check, don't you?
It's just survival.
Is it? Go ahead and roll that with advantage as you prepare the meal, the evening meal.
Shepherd's pie is probably what I would make.
All right.
Yeah, you would have used the potatoes I dug up.
Yeah.
Here's the wood.
Early evening comes. The smell of wonderful food cooking fills the space about you. The fire is warm, and you all, feeling somewhat exhausted from the day's battles and bloodletting, as it were, find yourself relaxed and hungry. Paramon seems a little fidgety. His fidgeting is quelled by a cup of tea now and then, but in general he kind of looks around like he has somewhere to be, and he's not sure how long we're going to be stuck here. At one point he even leans over to Scribble and says, excuse me, my feathered friend, do you know what we're here for?
for dinner and tea.
Oh! Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I smelled. Very good. Very good. The smell of fresh baked bread overwhelms the smells of the other things that Rogar is preparing. And eventually, Adabra comes back into the main living space and says, "We're ready. If you would all join me in setting a table, I have one that will." She looks around the room. It'll take some work. Noro, would you be a dear and clear this space? Just move the chairs and stools out of the way so we can set a table.
Okie dokie.
And so you help her sort of open the space up a bit, and she leads you to an old table and a small storage cubby. You pull the table out and set it up right. It's not large. It's just big enough for all of you to sit around. Old wood, a bit splintered in places. Worn. It's seen many meals. And Rogar brings out steaming plates and pots of food. As promised, a bottle of red wine is placed on the table. Louis, she asks you to sit beside her to share the wine. Then you all sit to eat. The food is amazing. You've all had Rogar's cooking, but there is something even better about it than usual. Maybe it's the ingredients, maybe it's the place, maybe he was... Rogar, you surprise yourself. It's delicious. It's possibly the best thing you've ever cooked. Adabra has Louis sit to one side and Paramon to the other, and he looks utterly bored, but the food cheers him up a bit. She takes a loaf that she brought from the kitchen and places it on a plate on the table. And as she breaks the bread with her hands, you all smell a much stronger essence of what Louis and Rogar smelled earlier. At first, the scent evokes visions of a cold winter's day, the bite of the wind, the chill of frost underfoot. But the smell changes. Spring rains that wet loamy earth, fading into wildflowers blooming in rolling fields, into the smell of grain kissed by sunlight. She breaks this bread and places some of it on the plate before him. She encourages him to eat up, and he does. The wine is good. The food is excellent. You all find yourselves very full after a good meal together. You notice Adabra doesn't eat much, but she spends a lot of time watching the rest of you. A broad, warm smile on her face. And as you reach the end of the meal, you realize Paramon is out cold, snoring, leaned back in his chair, his chin on his chest.
It's got that itis.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I think our friend has enjoyed his meal thoroughly. My friends, I cannot begin to tell you how good it is to sit around a table with good company, good people. It is heartwarming to see you all put yourself in the path of danger to rescue this one. And I know you need him for your own purposes, yes, but it is still nonetheless a good thing you've done, rescuing him from danger, from imprisonment within his own mind. She reaches up and tickles the mouse behind the ear again. I would like you all to stay here this night while Paramon is restored. Enjoy some rest. You all look like you could need it. There is not much space, but you all seem to have some form of bedding with you. Travelers pack rolls and such. I have blankets. Stay here inside where it is warm. Paramon and I will be outside, but we will not be cold. And she stands up slowly. Rogar, would you be a dear and clear the table? I'm sorry, it's not the greatest of things to ask, but everybody has a place in this world, and this is the place I need you in.
Your place is clearing the table.
That's fine.
Louis stands up and, no, the cook should never clean. Please allow me.
Oh, you were
And,
next, Louis. I was about to ask you the same. And she looks at Scribble. Scribble, do not go outside tonight. Do not go near the cairn, no matter what you hear. I say this for your own safety. And help the other lads, would you? Noro, help me outside. I need... He likely won't wake.
Right.
Come, pick him up. He'll be fine.
I get him.
So as Adabra leads Noro, who is now carrying the sleeping form of Paramon the Wizard, out the door, the others begin to clear the table. Lenalia, you realize she didn't really mention you at all. And I imagine you maybe find yourself wondering what to do.
She's going to pull out her lyre.
Hmm.
And just play some quiet music.
Well, make a performance check.
Ah, balls.
As a result of the meal and the atmosphere of this place you're in, please roll with advantage.
Oh, good. I might get a 7.
Yes. Please roll with advantage.
Let's see.
Oh, not bad.
Not bad. What kind of tune do you find yourself playing?
What's that?
What kind of tune do you find yourself playing?
Just something very quiet, very mellow, cozy inside, winter around a fire type music.
So Stairway.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. Noro, you see Adabra smile broadly at the sound of the elven lyre echoing out the front door. Come, dear, around to the side here, in the garden. No, over there. You see where the earth is dug up. And you find a trough about 4.5 feet long. Just wide enough to lay Paramon in, but not quite long enough. She sits down at one end of this shallow, almost grave.
Oh.
Here, lie him here, with his head in my lap, and the rest of his body in the earth. And then, with that shovel there,
Beat him over the head.
cover him to his chest. You are a child of dirt and stone. I ask you help me plant this seed so he may grow.
Is this a graveyard?
No, my dear, this is where things grow. This is a garden. Don't be afraid.
He picks up the shovel and starts trying to like timidly do it. He's like, okay. But he's like keeps looking at her.
She begins to hum softly as you lay Paramon in the earth, with his head and shoulders in her lap. The little mouse runs down her arm and sits on his shoulder, looks at him with what you think is a worried expression on his face. She just softly strokes his hair as she hums this quiet tune. You cover him with earth, and when you're done, she looks up, wet in the eyes, and says, "Would you go inside? Don't come back out tonight."
Without hesitation.
We will be fine. And send her out to see me, please.
You got it. Wait, who is she?
Well, the only other female that's around.
Oh.
She must mean Lenine. I'm back to town.
What the?
Need more soap.
You were so. All right. Lenalia, the old bag out there needs.
Wow.
The what now? You mean that kind old woman who just cooked us an amazing meal?
She
That
didn't
was-
cook you an amazing meal. I did.
That was Brokar.
The woman that's going to heal our friend? The woman that helped Salmia with her nightmares? That old bag?
Tomorrow, I'll
That's
take-
what?
if that's what happens tomorrow, I'll take it back. Meanwhile,
Jesus.
she just made me. I don't know. Okay, I was digging up somewhere in the graveyard. I can't do it.
Didn't realize I was making harsh browns for dinner.
I love how shook Noro gets around anything, related to, dead stuff, voodoo stuff, any of that stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, so Lunalia will head outside.
You go outside and you kind of have a look around for her. Nora wasn't very specific, but you find her off to the edge of the garden. There was a small plot of earth that had been dug up, not deep, and you realize now what it's for. You see a pile of earth over a body, over Paramon. He's laying in the ground, his chest, shoulders, and head out, and on Adabra's lap. She sits there humming softly. The tune is familiar, something you've heard before, maybe from your friend to the south, who was similarly a cleric of Shantea.
Mm.
And she looks up at you, and you can see that there is a softness in her face that wasn't there before. A sadness in her eyes. I think you might understand this better than the others. We all serve a purpose in this life, child. As Shantea bids it, mine is to nourish the weak and the young, so they may grow. This one, she puts a hand on Paramon's forehead. This one is still young, in her eyes at least. And he has yet to grow. Don't worry, he will be all right in the morning.
And you?
She looks past you at the setting sun, casting brilliant orange rays across the sky as it falls towards the horizon over the distant ocean. Without looking back at you, she says, the sun is setting soon. It is the time we pray. Leave an old woman to pray and see to your friends, would you? They should remain inside this night. She looks back at you again. Go. And
I hope to see you again, Adabra.
she just smiles. Find your purpose. It is out there, waiting for you. And it is perhaps closer than you think.
Lunalia's just going to nod and make her way back to the windmill.
All right.
Before she goes inside, she's going to have a last look back. Does she have the mouse with her?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the little mouse is sitting on Paramon's shoulder. You have a look, and the mouse yawns and sort of curls up, tail to nose.
Okay, she'll go inside.
All right.
She will close and bar the door behind her.
Yeah, those of you in the in who are paying attention or who aren't, snoozing, would notice that Lunalia closes and bars the door.
Please promise me none of you will attempt to go out tonight. No matter how tempting.
I'm
She's
weak
really-
enough, and
She's looking at Scribble.
I mean, some of us are weak enough and probably full enough that I don't think that's even on our minds.
I will not go to the graveyard.
I don't just mean the graveyard. Just don't go outside, Scribble. I know what a temptation it is.
What temptation?
Just to see, to know, to look.
There are windows.
Fair.
She's just gonna gather her bedroll and pull out a blanket.
There actually is no window that looks out to where she is in the garden.
Really? Out of a windmill?
Yeah. It just
Can I
doesn't.
climb up on the roof?
You can. Yeah, you can. You can go exploring when the others aren't looking if you want, sure. I mean, you haven't been upstairs yet, so yeah. So as the others prepare to bed down for the night, are you gonna wander upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a perception check as you view this space. Not bad. Yeah, you spot a scaffolding around the gearworks high overhead. A rickety ladder that leads up. A walkway up above. Perhaps used for servicing the gears. And just sort of up there in the dankest, deepest part of the shadows, you see what looks like maybe a door or a hatch.
I'll go over to it.
All right. You climb up. The ladder is old and looks rickety, but it bears your weight without issue. You climb up and you find that there is a small, a door that, somebody like Linalia's height would have to. It's not quite you wouldn't walk through it. It's like a hatch leading to the angled rooftop on this old. Here, let me look at the picture. Is it? Yeah, it leads out onto the rooftop, and you see the old shake roof up on top of this stone tower is angled, a little bit precarious, but you manage to make a dexterity check, just to if you're gonna go out. Like, if you just sat in the doorway, there's a bit of a view, but it's enough. You find it precarious, but you take your time and manage to get a pretty solid perch outside. You just catch the last rays of sun as it turns to a sliver and disappears. You look around and you can see the garden below you. You see what the other two saw, Adabra and Paramon. In the garden, him buried to his chest. They seem to be quiet, unmoving.
I'm just gonna stay and watch and see what happens.
How long are you staying?
I'll stay all night. I'm curious about it.
All right. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oof.
Okay.
That is crap.
You get past what you think is probably midnight. Nothing's happened. You're not really sure what to expect. You're not really sure what you'd see. A flash of light. The appearance of a celestial being. Nothing at all, which seems to be what is actually happening. And eventually you feel a cold chill grab your heart and just twist. You find the breath knocked out of you. Everything around you goes dark.
Does he fall down the ladder?
Well, no, he's he's sitting sort of perched on the roof on like an angled
I
shake
thought he was
roof.
I thought he was peeked out a hatch at the top of the ladder.
Well, I don't know.
No.
No, you're up on the roof, right?
Yeah.
Like proper bird perched. Everything goes dark around you. You manage to hang on so that you don't tumble off the roof. You blink and shake your head, and your vision returns. Swirling shadows of purple surround you. And then a glimmer in the darkness in front of you, a crown tarnished of dwarven make, rises above you. A dark shape beneath it coalesces, the shadowy form of a dwarven king.
Where is the Darkbeard boy? He promised me vengeance.
As the wraith rises in front of you.
I don't know.
You reek of darkness. Power.
The wraith draws closer to you, wisps of shadow that trail around you, now streaming to it, feeding it. It grows larger and larger.
If the boy will not fulfill his destiny, perhaps you will take his place.
And as the shadows swirl around you, you hear the sound of chains. Out of your peripheral vision to the left and right, you see pale figures appear. Chains wound around their forearms, dangling. Wicked-looking blades in their hands. Elven figures, pale of skin, long, fey ears, bald, both of them. Black eyes. A very familiar look. And as they close in on your position, that's where we'll pick up next week.
Uh-oh.
I didn't go to the graveyard.
It came to you.
Yeah, she didn't say
I was
don't
not
go to
told
the
to stay inside.
Yes, you were.
I
She
was
said
told not
don't
to
go
to the
outside.
graveyard.
She said
No,
don't go outside.
I don't think she said don't go outside.
No, that's what she told all of us. Don't go outside.
That's what you told us.
Yes.
Yeah, she said
Because
don't go to the graveyard.
Yeah, she told me not to go to the graveyard.
I see. Well, that's on her then.
And she told me, don't go outside.
She told me don't go outside. Keep them inside.
Yeah, all I got told was not to go to the graveyard.
Yeah, she told me to put the dishes away.
Yeah, I just sat on a roof and looked at the garden.
Well, that was fun. Sorry for the super long session, but
That was awesome.
it was
Yeah, that was great.
Scribble, do you have
Fuck
any
that
thoughts
dice.
about what you might re-roll? What, Tim?
Well, with this dice, I'm not rolling anything because that's some shit.
That happened to me earlier. It was like between a 2 and something else, and it was very obviously right down the middle, and I got a 2.
y'all got to do what I do and just shut the digital dice off.
I like
No,
the
it's
digital
funnier
dice.
this way.
Yeah, actually,
That thing is like on a point.
Yeah.
I don't know if the digital dice work anywhere outside of the character sheets. Like most of my character sheets, they don't look like yours. They look like well, they look like this. I'm gonna end the stream also. Night, everybody.